Alrighty, I think we're ready. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. Welcomes. Let's make sure YouTube is live. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Twitch. How are we all doing? Alright, press the buttons, I suppose. Buttons! We're here, we're live. YouTube has been having some weird issues this morning. I'm hoping that YouTube is working. It's hard to tell. It looks live my end. I guess we'll find out. I would love a day without technical issues every day. Genuinely every day. Load the stream, some sort of technical issues. The other day, didn't reinstall, updated OBS. That caused me some issues. Okay, YouTube seems to be working. I can see it now. We're all up and running. We're good. I want to mess around with some professions today a little bit, probably. I have 2 level 25 characters. That means I should have 4 max professions if everything has gone to plan. My hunter has leatherworking maxed out. I almost have tailoring maxed out on this one. Manthina is also an enchanter, which I'm not super duper mega bothered about leveling up too far, too fast, too aggressively, simply on the basis of the fact that I'm not going to be spending too much time hunting down all of the enchants specifically, but good for disenchanting. That's the plan, at least. YouTube's coming through loud and clear. Thank you, Nobby. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Good morning. I do need to get a second profession on Manthias, though, and it's probably going to be alchemy. I smell some alchemy in the air. I want a third character, which we haven't made yet, actually. Should we make a third character? Probably. I'm going to find it very hard to not make a paladin. Is what I'm coming up with. Very difficult to not make a paladin. I could make a gnome warrior, but I'm very much feeling druid, night elf druid. No, I want a plate class. It's warrior or paladin. I find it very difficult to not make a paladin. Human paladin. Manthidin. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one are we doing? Hairstyle. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I should have just pressed randomize, shouldn't I? Let's be real. Hair color. 3, 2, 1, stop. 3, 2, 1, stop. There we go. Manthidin is born. That's how we do shit round here, you know? That's how we do shit. Go. So, the paladin will be the third. Whether I ever play with the warlock or the druid, time will tell. I've not yet decided, but Manthidin is born. We're not going to play it too much today, but this is going to be the third one. That's going to have blacksmithing and something else. I don't know what the something else will be. Actually. What do we got? Tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmithing, enchanting, engineering. I need engineering somewhere. Maybe Manthidin becomes an engineer as well. Who knows? Not quite decided. Yeah, alchemy, I think. Alchemy probably on my hunter, because I suspect my hunter's the character that I will long-term play the most, is my guess. Need to do some auctions either way. We need to relist some stuff. If you don't sell some stuff, you don't make any gold. Simples. That's the first plan of action. And then maybe, once we start doing things properly, we'll make a bank on the second account, because I've got 2 accounts, might as well use them. Whoa, not all nameplates turned off. calm down. Right. Grab some expireds. A lot of expireds, actually. What did we sell? Deviant scale belt we sold yesterday. Our toughened leather gloves. Sold a few of those. Pretty consistent sellers, those. Not super profitable, but consistent. Consistent is good. Got my warrior. Yeah, it's a coin flip really for me between warrior and paladin. But I've played a paladin a lot over the years. I've never really played a warrior, so I'm kind of like, don't know. Now would be the time to probably play a warrior, but I don't know. I'll stick with paladin. I'm happy with paladin. The flipping Nora's going on with these material prices. Unbelievable. Can all the bots go do bot things again, please? Can bots do bot things again, please? Very second I decided... Ruined leather scraps, there's like none of them available. Like they straight up don't exist. It's starting to happen. The economy is starting to flip on its head. As clearly the average level of players is now moving up. It's starting to happen. Right, let's get this lot relisted. Warrior was my first love. Guess that's why I'm stuck on a survival hunter now. Survival hunter? Ouch. That's an interesting one. Nobody plays survival. It's fun. Weaving in, whacking things with a stick, I suppose, maybe. Each to their own. Right, there's the basics in the bag. Let's see what we need to do. Restock, leatherworking, go. 14 gold of stuff for an estimated 2 gold, 84 profit. Okay. I switched to Beastmaster in Mythic Plus for the Bloodlust. Hated it. I'm Beastmaster for life. I'm genuinely Beastmaster for life. Even when Marksman is Biss, I'm like, no, Beastmaster for life. Right, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Let's have a little look what we need. Yeah, I'm not about survival life, unfortunately. Deviant scale is back to its regular thing. Good. How many deviant scale did we need? 8. I guess a stack of 9 will do us. Elixir of defense, we needed 2. 1 stack of 2. Black whelp scale, we needed 8. Because we always need 10, and I always buy a stack of 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect deviant scale. We need, how many do we need? 10? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. Cured medium hide. Why is cured medium hide not on my list? Oh, it's now decided that cured medium hide should be on my list. I see. Okay. Elemental earth, 1. These are flipping expensive again. Fine leather gloves. Can't believe we're buying this. This doesn't make any sense to me. But I guess we'll do it. 1. Heavy leather, rune scraps, spider silk. Spider silk times 2. 1 stack of 2. That'll do. Do another quick rescan. Is it telling me to buy... It's telling me to buy 191 ruined leather scraps to convert them up, isn't it? Yeah, because flipping regular leather's on the stupid right now. Cured medium hide is on the cheap right now, so maybe pick up 3. And then let's search for some basic leather. Hmm. 74 copper for a single light leather. Are you actually mad? We've got lots of medium leather we can convert into heavy leather. We bought lots of medium leather on the cheap the other day. Our bags are full of the stuff, so we don't really need any medium leather. It's telling me to buy rune leather scraps because they're better than buying light leather straight out, which is an oddity. How many do we really actually need? No, it's telling me to buy the rune leather scraps to... Oh, no, it is selling to... We need 64 of this. God damn. 20, 40, 60, and we'll make the rest. We should be good, right? We should be good. Inflation is kicking in. People are feeling more rich. People should stop buying gold from bots. In the last couple of days, I've had 3 different people contact me about, would you like to be, could we do a sponsored video? We are a gold selling website. No, fuck off. Get out of my game, you plague scum. It's clear that it's big business at the moment, which is somewhat sad to see, but... Ooh, coffee. Integrity aside, though, if they turned up with a bag, and I mean a proper bag, I'm talking back in the day FIFA coins kind of bag, then I might, forgive my morals for a small while. That said, though, I mean, gold farmers and bots are the plague. So I'd have to sell out double hard. I'm not that hard up for cash. I'm fine. Right, but I understand why people take them up on it. Let's go grab some vendor mats real quick then. Hang on, we need some stuff from the bank. We need some light hide, apparently. Glad you're sticking to your morals. Some would snatch it up and spread the plague further. Yeah, it's I don't even humour them. I've been tempted a couple of times just to see what they would offer, just to see you clearly don't know anything about me, so I will humour you for 3 minutes to find out how deep your pockets are.
We offer financial accounts.
Why can I not click on the thing?
For valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, sir?
What do I need more? What do I need more of? Get from bank. Move. There we go. That's easy. What else have we got in here, actually? I've got loads of bolts of mage weave, bolts of rune cloth. I need silk. I've got some silk. I should probably send that silk over to my mage. Cheeky 10-slot bag in here as well. I'm not spending 10 gold to unlock a 3rd bank slot. That's criminal.
See you around.
Start a new docu-series, expose the fuckers. Well, that's also another possibility. Humour them for a while, see exactly what they're offering, see exactly how they work, and then nuke them into the floor. That's also another possibility. It's not very Christmassy, though, is it? Like, when you think about it, it's like, I want to get in the festive spirit. Starting a bot battle is going deep undercover. Not what I had planned for the festive period. Plant some spyware in their call centres. I don't know, just find their IPs and send it to Blizzard. Anyway.
I sell only the best gear, tested and true, and the prices are set. So if you
Let me
want to
click
haggle,
the button.
then go find a goblin.
Why can I only sometimes click the button? There we go. 8 course thread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Find thread. 15. Grey dye. Times 1.
Have a good one.
The only annoyance for me really is I don't care if people are going to, you know, DM me on Twitter or whatever it is about selling gold. I don't care. I'll just ignore you. It's when they start plaguing my Discord. That's when it really gripes me. And the quantity of bans have gone up vastly since Season of Discovery came out in the Discord. Stay the fuck out of my Discord if you're going to be trying to sell gold. We're not having that. No, thank you. We need, what do we need? For heavy leather times 14. If we make some heavy leather, it's going to throw all the other calculations off. But let's see what goes. Hopefully it then won't turn around and say, oh, you now need some medium leather. It might do, though. This is more work than it's worth, actually playing with these professions. Yeah, I've been doing this mostly so I can sort of get some data behind me about what actually sells and what might be consistently worth to craft. As it currently stands, there is very little that's actually worth crafting with leatherworking, at least of the patterns that I own. This is where I think there is some work to be done in actually running around collecting some of the lesser known recipes, because this is just a big old list of 90% flipping vendor recipes at this point. So there's realistically not going to be much of value in this. But if I was to run around collect some of the recipes that are not direct trainer recipes, I would suspect that there could be some that is worth crafting on a regular. I've got all patterns and 90% of them are not worth anything. Well, that still means that 10% of them are. So if that's the case, if that's the case, there's at least 10% of them that are worth keeping, you know, one crafted. I can live with that. I can live with that for sure. Toughened leather gloves seem to do alright. Deviate scale belts, heavy armor kits are the ones that I'm consistently recrafting at the moment, it feels. There are probably a couple of others in these actually that are in part of the boxes, turn-in boxes, which is why, like Hillman's shoulders, for example, we've sold a bunch of these. We don't make a huge amount of profit on these. We're making 10 silver a time. So I might have sold 7 sets of these, yet I've still made less than a single gold from selling all 7. So the argument there is it's probably not worth bothering. But like the reality is they go in a box and so people are buying them. That sort of stuff should probably mean I craft more than a couple of them. Embossed leather boots, these clearly are used for a quest at some point, which might also indicate why they are selling relatively straightforwardly. Not at any sizable profit though, because they're far too goddamn cheap to make in the first place. Anything else that goes in a box? Not really. Embossed leather cloaks, we sold a couple of these. Nothing really super duper mega dark leather cloaks. Sold 9 of these. There we go. Dark leather cloaks goes in a supply box. Good indication that I should be doing more with those then. This is kind of what I wanted. Because I'm not a classic Andy by heart, I don't strictly know exactly what it is that people would actually buy for all the different classes. So I'm kind of playing it a bit by ear. Heavy armor kits have done me alright though, generally. Overall, my crafting cost is not bad on these, and they turn a small profit each time. And I can basically sell as many of these as I craft, it feels, at the moment. Silver breastplate for blacksmiths is decent still, 1 gold plus most of the time. That's kind of what you want. That's kind of what you want. You don't. I mean, that kind of that becomes your backbone, right? That becomes your steady flow of gold, right? And that will slowly that value will track slowly with the inflation in the game as well. This is why I always like crafting. If you've got fast enough turnover, you won't get stuck with any expensive stuff for too long. And you just roll with the punches and your gold slowly trickles in. Even if you do nothing more than craft a few things and post them, you can log off, come back, and you'll have still made, you know, a little bit. We might get a bit cleverer, we might get a bit smarter with alchemy, but leatherworking, it's just spaghetti at the wall at the moment. Craft 1 of everything, put it on the auction house. Rinse and repeat. And for me, the nice thing is that it gets you prepared for the next phase as well. That's kind of really what I want. I want to have the ability to hit phase 2 like nice and quickly. Want to buy some cheap light leather, medium leather, heavy leather. I'm about to get a shipment from Horde. Oh my lord. We've got shenanigans going on here. A shipment from Horde. I love that. Maybe. Is alchemy that bad? I'm starting my 3rd alt for it now. I have no idea. I've not tested alchemy, but on the basis that alchemy is making consumables, so they're things that are going to sell. If you have the right consumables, they're items that are clearly going to sell consistently and regularly and repeatably. That's the interesting thing, right? This is where things like alchemy, like commodity crafting professions, differ vastly to things like leatherworking. You often, when you think about buying and selling gear to people, there's always the need. Everybody would like to get better gear, but there also comes a point to where somebody is likely to only ever buy that thing from you once. Repeat business is non-existent realistically. If you can sell somebody an upgrade, that's great, but you're not going to sell them the same thing twice, or at least in most cases you won't. Whereas, like, if you're selling potions and flasks and that sort of stuff, they'll buy 10 potions off you, they'll go run some dungeons, they'll use 10 potions, and then they'll come back and they'll buy 10 potions off you again, sort of thing. But it starts to get a lot more time-consuming, I think. I've not played with it though. I'm still. This is why I am in no way, shape, or form claiming to be the expert in Classic, because I'm really not. I'm doing what comes naturally to me, and we'll slowly work our way to success over time. Right, there's everything restocked there then. I still keep looking for my sort button. It's really funny. Every time I'm like, where's my sort button gone? I don't have a sort button. Lupine legs of the owl. Why have we got these in our bags? I think I was probably going to just sell those on the auction house, wasn't I? No results found. Really? Really? No results found? Sure. What's the vendor on these? 3. Sure, give it a go. Still the only one with this. Lol. Okay. Right, that's good. It's good. Right, let's check the mage. Where is the mage? The mage is in Ashenvale. Why is the mage all the way over in Ashenvale? Is this where we left the mage yesterday? This is exactly where we left the mage yesterday. Right. This mage is still being balls to the wall and questing, meaning that we're okay, yeah. Do I want... my Hearthstone is set here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That makes things easier. Let's teleport to Stormwind then. Teleport to Stormwind, clear our bags out a little bit. Let's see what we can do about tailoring. See if things have calmed down from yesterday. How's Mage feeling at 25? I've not really got whilst the Mage is technically 25, it's not geared for 25, not even remotely. It's geared for like level 18. It's not geared for 25 yet, and I've not really put it to the test, so I can't really confirm. But for like AoEing and stuff, it's just still pretty silly. It's pretty silly, pretty fun. Can't complain, honestly. Pretty silly, pretty fun. How we doing, Derp? Welcome in. Good morning to you. On my travels with said mage, though, I've been mostly disenchanting anything that comes my way instead of vendoring it. So I do already have some strange dust and some enchanting materials. I'm wondering if the materials I've acquired will get me very far with enchanting, though. I always remember enchanting being like hella expensive to level, and I suspect that now is no different. Create 75 enchant bracer minor health. Place the enchant on a bracer slot item, either equipped or in your inventory. You may be able to use it on other players' bracers to make some profit whilst increasing your skill level. You may need to make a few more or less of these. Each additional minor health enchant requires 1 strange dust. Do I even have... Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess we can get to 75 then, can't we? Minor health. This is the life, is it? This is the life. Re-enchanting your own gear multiple times over. My other option was to just nuke sell all of my enchanted mats and not really worry about leveling it, but farmed it so it's free. Even though not entirely true, but you know what I mean. Saw some crazy videos of Mage AoE farming various instances, so it certainly seems to have some potential. Yeah, a few bits of gear behind them and they will start doing some silly things, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt, they'll start doing ridiculous things. They still have a 1-minute cooldown on their go crazy mode, though. This is the thing, like, the majority of the damage, I feel, is still coming from Living Flame, and which is a 1-minute cooldown. This is their big ticket to success. Although at level 25, I imagine Frost mages are already doing some silly things if you go full Frost. I don't know what the play is there with a mage, but I have my suspicions that because you've got Blizzard already, I don't think you've got all of the tools in your toolkit to properly be a full Frosty wizard. But I think you've got most of them. With a few runes on your side as well, you can probably still do some ludicrous things. Alright, we're going to do this, what, to 75? Seems a very boring way to get to 75, but if it works, it works. Ten to go. Yeah, I still consider my mage very freshly dinged 25. It's been 25 for a day or so now, but it's still like I've not improved the gear or really ventured much further. Honestly, yesterday, for the most of yesterday, I spent just doing quests just to get some starter capital. I need to finish leveling tailoring. That's the main thing I want to do today. Whether we choose to buy a bunch of silk or try and find a good AoE spot to try and generate some silk. I haven't quite decided yet, but... Oh, it's gone yellow. Oh, I don't like the fact it's gone yellow. What's the cost of this? Oh, this starts using lesser essences as well. I see. We'll do the gamba then. I wonder at what point we start thinking about phase 2 and thinking about what is that we can do to get ready for phase 2 as well. There's got to be something, right? Whether it be just, you know, farming slightly higher level mobs in a group, maybe just to try and get some materials prepped and ready. There's one thing that's going to be quite fun, I think, will be power zerging professions like day 1 to their max again. As everybody will be at 25. A lot of people are likely to grind to 40, I think, because they'll have utilized all of the quests or a vast majority of their available quests just to make gold at 25. So if a whole bunch of people just end up zerging Scarlet Monastery all the way to 40, which I think is likely to happen, there'll be a bunch of level 40s with basically 25 gear on who will go straight to the auction house and try and buy some upgrades. Now, if you've crafted a bunch of stuff, that could be Christmas all over again.
How are you? A true professional.
Well, that's the theory at least.
Ashamed to admit that your skills exceed mine. I want you to pay a visit to Kidda Firewind at the Tower of Azora. She is well renowned and with good reason.
Enchant Bracer minor stamina. I'm going to be thrifty AF until I've got this leveled up, by the way. Then once we're rolling in gold, then we'll splash out and just buy everything.
Have a good one.
Train Enchant Bracer minor stamina. I think I did. Enchant Bracer minor stamina. Still only uses strange dust, okay. Markers complete. Do this to 90. Short on mats by the looks of things. We've got more strange dust in the bank though. 100 strange dust in the bank. Fishing pools for Mage Weave. Yeah, I've got a fair bit of Mage Weave already. Well, I say a fair bit. I've got some Mage Weave already, but that could, yes, definitely be a play. Once we get the Paladin to 25, once I've got 3 25s under my belt, I think I'll feel relatively confident in just having my characters leveled. That'll be the nice thing, because that's a big, for me at least, it feels like a big... It's not time sink, because I've really enjoyed it. I vastly enjoyed leveling my Hunter, because it was the first time I did it, and I did it purely by questing. I very much enjoyed leveling the Mage, because AoE farming was definitely different. Definitely not something I've really done before.
The whole history.
Leveling the Paladin, I'm hoping we can just go tank spec straight away, and I might just sort of zug some dungeons to level the Paladin, and then do the same thing as I've done on the Mage to then go back and do like all of the quests up to 25 to farm them for gold again. That might be the approach I take. I'm not 100% decided yet. Replace 1 stamina with 1 stamina. Wow, big numbers. Missing materials? What do you mean missing materials? What? Lies. Lies, I tell you. Right, 10 more of these. Get to 90. That said, I also don't want to get too hooked on doing... I don't want to get just too hooked on playing, because I have to remember that this is arguably my last day of play for like for about a week. So I don't want to... This is why I'm sort of casually doing professions and stuff today, rather than starting to play the paladin. Because I quite literally do not physically have the time between now and Christmas to start leveling a new character. The wife will get mighty annoyed with me when I play video games late into the night and then don't do all of my tasks that I need to do. Because adulting, unfortunately, has to come first, even when you play video games for a living. What do we need now? 90. Boom! Enchant braces minus stamina. What? Do it again? Why did it change? Enchant bracer minus stamina. What was the difference? Oh, it was telling me to go get more strange dust. Oh, okay. Well, I've already got the strange dust. We're good. Let's go. 100. $94. I think getting from 100 to 150 is going to get expensive, isn't it? Or is 150 still so early on that it's not actually that expensive? I just have these very vivid memories of enchanting costing an arm and a leg. But I don't know if that's because way back when I was just poor and so it felt expensive. Because everything's expensive when you have no gold. I mean, I'm not swimming in gold by any means, but I've got 2 characters and have less than 100 gold. I'm not exactly rich, but runed silver rod. There are people with 10x the amount of gold I own. There are people with 20x the amount of gold I own.
You need something? I sell only the finest arcane gear.
No. Oh, hang on. Are we going to want this? Enchant chest minor mana. That can be bought for 1 silver on the auction house. Why would I pay 2 silver from here then? Okay.
A true professional know his limitations, and I'm not ashamed
What are we
to admit that your
crafting?
skills
Rune
exceed
silver
mine.
rod.
I want you to pay a visit to Kida Firewind at the Tower of Azora. She is well renowned and with good reason.
Collect 1 greater magic essence and 1 silver rod. Blacksmiths can make these, or they can be purchased on the auction house. A silver bar and 2 rough grinding stones. I'm sure silver rods are readily available. Let's go and have a look. No, everybody leave the silver rods alone. Just saying. If you happen to play on Wild Growth, leave the silver rods alone. Silver rod. Ah, these are nice and cheap. Buy out. Good. all gone. So this is what I expect to happen. I expect this to happen every time. And we need some of our greater magic essences, apparently. Disenchant level 9 to 15 uncommon greens, armor, and 9 to 25 uncommon green weapons with enchanting, or purchase them from the auction house. Well, luckily, we have some already.
We offer financial accounts and safety deposit boxes for valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, ma'am?
Rune Silver Rod. Go. Flipping hell, what's the craft time on this thing? It's like 12 years. It's going to be phase 3 before this thing's finished crafting. Beautiful. Right. Train Greater Magic Wand. What's the odds I'm going to need the rest of these materials?
Out of here.
Let me grab these out of here just purely because I have them. Ironically, I've made bank on adamant scales Q2. They were 15 silver a piece before the patch. I picked up 2 million's worth of them and have been selling them for 50 silver each since. It's good effort. It's good effort. Yeah, there were a few leatherworking things that were solid investment options.
A true professional knows his limitations, and I'm not ashamed to admit that your skills exceed mine. I want
Greater
you to
magic wand,
Kid
go.
Firewind at the Tower of Azora. She is well renowned and with good reason.
By 9 simple wood.
I sell only the finest arcane gear.
Gimme
made
wood.
by the crafters and mages here in the city of Stormwind. See you
9
later.
wood. Make a bunch of greater magic wands. You're going to need way more magic essence. Yeah, I suspect I will. I think I'm going to get bottlenecked very quickly now. It was weird sitting on more adamant scales than there were even on the auction house. Yeah, I guess if they were 15 silver a piece and you bought like 2 million gold worth of them, you had a lot. Yeah, inventory alone, that becomes... This is often why I leave the smaller, cheaper materials way alone. Just because the logistics of dealing with like 500,000 slots of inventory is problematic in its own. I've gone through that before with, you know, cloth. But flipping cloth was always a nightmare adventure. Even though it was often quite profitable to do. Three more. I mean, shout out again to my man Zygor coming through with like the simple, straightforward leveling guides for even the professions. Kind of taking my job away from me here, to be fair, but like, if it works, it works. Oh, inventory full? Oh shit, the bed. Vendor for 15 silver, sell for 16. I guess we vendor for 15 silver. Let's not mess about.
Wares of this sort have been hard to come by. But Luke and Cordell and some of our other tradesmen have been doing a fine job of filling our orders with quality merchandise.
Okay, 110. Where do we go from here then? Is this where we get stuck, do we reckon? Is this where it's game over for us?
Safe travels.
A true professional knows his limitations, and I'm not ashamed to admit that your skills
Cloak
exceed mine.
minor
I want you to
agility.
pay a visit to Kidda Firewind at the Tower of Azora. She is well renowned and with good reason.
Didn't he say cloak minor agility? Bracer lesser strength. Oh, hang on. No, it's being clever, look. It's telling me to go buy them from someone random. These are limited supply items that can be also purchased in the auction house. Smart. Telling me to not use vendor shit, because vendor shit gets expensive double time. Clever, clever. Do we keep this knowledge for the resale of said formulas? Maybe. Let's have a little looky what they're listed for in the auction house right now. Took a good while sending the scales back and forth to keep them from expiring. I lost close to 600k Hockenbloom to expiring. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, the mailbox monster is a bit of a hungry devil if you're dealing with basic materials. Recipe. Enchanting, usable. What are we looking for? Cloak, minor agility. Sells for 2 silver off a vendor. Is selling for like 40 silver a piece off the auction house. Alternatively, bracer, lesser strength. There is none. Is that because I've spelt lesser strength wrong? No, there just straight up isn't any. Wow, okay. Should we go and have a look? Where is it claiming we're going? Oh, we're literally going here. I mean, how perfect was that? How perfect was that? Oh, what's the odds that enchant bracer lesser strength is a horde only one? That's probably what it is, right? One's an alliance recipe, one's a horde recipe. Switcheroony on these via the old neutral auction house. Cash monies. Enchant cloak minor agility. Boom. Don't mind if I do. And enchant bracer lesser strength. 25 silver apiece. Requires 140. On the auction house for a gold plus. Cash money. Boom. Happy days. Pay attention, boys and girls. Dahlia. She sells you money. Cash monies. Train this one. "24 lesser astral essences." Oh dear, we need some higher level greens. We've hit the bottleneck. We knew it was coming. Okay. I could, in theory, do a vendor search, or I could just continue doing my questing adventure to get more greens to disenchant anyway. That's probably the plan, actually. Right, let's do some more questing then, if that's the case. Where did we get to? Hang on. No, that's not even the right quest line. That's not even the right quest line either. We do need those spotted sunfish one day.Aloon's Tier. Here we go. This is where we're at. Do I want to go out on an adventure with full bags? I don't have much choice. Need to buy some new bags, I reckon. Okay. while it's oh, the battle is genuinely actually on right now. I was about to say while it's a touch quieter, but it's probably not a touch quieter, is it? Let's rebuff up. Let's use this opportunity to make some stuff. Now even less bag space. I should really log into retail, actually, thinking about it. At least double check that my auctions are at least listed, or that I've emptied my mailboxes. Project Pet is on full-time timeout right now. I've gone through all of my characters and emptied their mailboxes just to be double safe. Because while we've only been playing Season of Discovery for like a week or so now, 2 weeks now, maybe, with Christmas like next door, it would be very easy to accidentally not load them for 30 days and lose a lot. Was that all we had to do? Sure. Give my pet some love last night. 12 days left before expiry. See, that's a really good example of how easy that could be to lose a lot of stuff. With 12 days left, that sounds like a lot, right? But you have a week over Christmas, and then you take it easy between Christmas and New Year, and then all of a sudden you've lost all your pets. It's like, oh shit. 30 days is not, like, it's so easy as a real human being, as a real adult, to accidentally not do something for 30 days. It's like, when you think about it, it's like 30 full days. It's ages, right? You'll never forget. But it's literally happened to everybody. The IRL gets in the way at some point for some reason. And whilst we care dearly about this video game for the large majority of time, it doesn't take much to distract us with real life stuff that gets in the way. I don't even want to know how much I've lost in the mail. Well, luckily, you tend not to be able to easily find out. There just comes a point where you're like, where's all of this? And you realise you don't have it anymore. And you're like, damn, okay, mailbox monsters at it. Yeah, it's happened to me multiple times as well.
Oh, you found it. I will place the tear in a stew and pray that it will cure her. Thank you, adventurer. Elun's tear washed clear some of my daughter's sickness. Her nightmares are lessened, and I thank the goddess for her blessing. But fever still rages within her. Orendil told me of a frosted dust found among the ruins of Stardust. Perhaps it will abate Relara's fever. Gather some of the dust, then please return to me. The ruins of Stardust lie to the south, adventurer. May Elun speed your journey.
Okay. We're off to get some Stardust. Oh no, somebody missed the bridge. That's what you get for auto running. I mean, I can't laugh, I don't have the mount, so. Here's sucker over here running on his feet. Oh, sorry, on her feet. I ain't got me a shiny Black Panther to be riding on the back of. I love how busy it is in the classic zones. They've been playing with it, haven't they? Like, I've seen some reports of them playing around, like changing some of the rules on how their layering works when they open new layers, when they close new layers. More importantly, when they close new layers. It seems to be the closing of layers that is the problem for some people. Because when one layer closes, it merges all of one layer into another. And let's say you're halfway through a battle, that can be really inconvenient, can't it? You know, if all of a sudden you're about to win and then you get merged into a layer where you're about to lose, you're like, that's keyboard breaking kind of territory right there. But they've been playing around with some of the rules about when they open and close layers. But the reality is that whatever it is they are doing does make the zones feel alive, which is really refreshing. I have to agree, it feels good. Now, how many of these are we gonna actually have to pew-pew? Oh, nice big crit there. Love it when Arcane Blast crits. One. Take it slow and steady. I don't want too many of these up my ass. In fact, out of choice, I want none of them up my ass. Ashen Vale must be too cold for having a dip in the water. Look at the fog. It's interesting, isn't it, how people just genuinely don't care about the graphics in Classic. It kind of goes to show that graphical fidelity in video games means so little to people. It's nice when it looks good, but it doesn't matter if it looks trash, as long as the gameplay is fine. Like, nobody cares if a game looks dog-do, as long as it plays well. And this is where I think Classic has a real advantage, that it doesn't matter it looks ass, as long as it plays well. Nobody is complaining about the fact there's 4 pixels to every tree in Classic. People are only going to complain when it lags out because there's too many people in the zone. It's all about gameplay. Which is when you then see these big AAA game developers spend billions and billions absolutely 100% maximizing and optimizing the graphics. You're like, you have to admit you're just doing this for yourself, because players don't care. It's like, if you make a game that is just really fun to play and feels good, nobody cares what the graphics look like. I mean, the real hint to this was, you go back 5 years, you go back 10 years, you go back 20 years, you go back 50 years and look at the state of video games. People played Pong and they fucking loved it. You know why? Because it was fun at the time. It was new, it was exciting. Pac-Man, like literally Pac-Man is legendary. And it's not because it looks great. It's nice to have graphical fidelity, but it worries me sometimes with the Insomniac. Was it Insomniac that had a huge amount of their data leaked by hackers recently? One of their games was reported to have a AAA game right, that sold nearly 2 million copies still was reported to only have made like $500. Even after selling like 2 million copies. And it kind of goes to show that the amount that it cost to make that game, there's a good percentage of that cost that was clearly on making the game look good. That if they maybe hadn't spent so much money on making the game look good, that it might have actually turned more of a profit. People are looking at this, though, from the perspective of that was a failure. You got to remember that most games that get released do not make money. Most games cost people money. It's only a small percentage of games that actually make money. But it still goes to show, like a AAA game can come out, sell nearly 2 million copies, and still not actually make anybody any money. Spend less on graphics, focus more on gameplay, and you set yourself up for success much better, I think. I'm not saying straight up steal, you know, pre-made assets and just run with it, but, you know, you put the effort in. Your game can look dog shit. If you put the effort in and make a good game, people will play it. What was that one? What was that FPS game that came out earlier this year? BattleBit or something? BattleBit, like, quite literally 4 polygons. But people loved the pants off that one. Mad excited for it. Kind of ironic how Diablo 4 is gorgeous but feels soulless. Yeah, yeah, this is it. Diablo 4 looks the business. But it's got no substance. And so people couldn't care less. It's got hope. Diablo 4 has hope. But I'm not holding my breath. I'll give them a good few seasons before we go back and play Diablo 4, I think. I'm in no rush to go back and play D4, which is sad because I was so hyped for that game. So unbelievably hyped for that game. And you kind of got a sniff of it happening even before it happened. I don't know how many of you remember that, like, the level 25 pre-release... Was it level 25? Level 20? Level 25? Can't quite remember. Pre-release version of D4. Like, the hype went through the roof, right? Because the first level 25 levels were just, like, absolutely fantastic. Then they release it and everybody's like, yeah, pump to max level. Shit, there's nothing to do. Oh god, my bag is full of gems. Like, there were so many problems with it. Vampire Survivor, another one. So good. So good. Big fan of Vampire Survivor. We played that when it came out on stream a little bit, and I have put a lot of hours into Vampire Survivor. I play it on my phone because it's so simple, it's so straightforward. I bought the phone version. It's one of my go-to games when I'm, you know, not at a PC. Love Vampire Survivor. Another example of a game that looks dog doo-doo, but plays amazingly. Had to uninstall it, worse than drugs. Well, I mean, it is in a way, because it sends you into a trance. You know, by the time everything starts circling you and starts spinning, it's literally hypnotic, that game. Bought the epic version of D4, played it for like 3 hours since its release. Yeah, it's sad, I know. It's there. It's so it feels so unlike Blizzard, but at the same time, this is because I still have this, like many people, unfortunately, I still have this old school view of Blizzard where they didn't release something until it was ready. It'll be done when it's done sort of, attitude. And then Diablo 4 comes along and it's just an absolute fucking shit show. Which is and was a shame. It's like they learned nothing from the last 10 years of competition. Blizzard learned a lot from Diablo. They learned a lot from Diablo 3. Like, when you actually look at it, and you look at what Diablo 3 is, and you look at what retail World of Warcraft is becoming, the crossover is outrageous. Like, they're borderline the same game at this point. Diablo 3 gives they learned a lot from Diablo 3. They learned that if you re-release the same content with a slight twist 6 months after, people will play it all over again. They learned that people will live on a treadmill, and that they will chase they will chase and min-max until you give them a reason not to. Blizzard learned an awful lot from Diablo 3. They also learned some pretty valuable lessons, I think, such as that a real money auction house is going to fuck everybody off. Hence why I think they've been slightly behind the curve regarding the rest of the industry on monetization in World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, they're catching up fast. But I think they learned a lot from Diablo 3's real money auction house, that if you do that, all integrity in your game goes down the toilet like instantly. That it just becomes a pay-to-win fiasco. And that it's not healthy for the game at all. Doesn't matter how good a game you have. If you have a real money auction house in it, you might as well put it in the bin. That is too far. That's monetization too far. And I think they learn a lot from that in terms of the fact that if they try and push it that far, they can actually genuinely nearly break the entire IP of the game. Maybe why they've been not standoffish, but more reserved with their monetization with World of Warcraft in recent years as well. Probably because of that. Like I said, they are unfortunately playing catch-up now. They're playing catch-up with the rest of the industry. Blizzard have realised that, shit, we can sell cosmetics here. We can sell people, which obviously half the rest of the gaming industry learned 10 years ago, that, shit, we can sell cosmetics and we can quadruple our revenue from this game by just selling cosmetics. And people are not going to complain about cosmetics because they're just cosmetic, which I think is absolute BS. But the Blizzard are now slowly learning that. The trading post is their softly approach to this. We've seen over the last few months them dipping their toe in the water, seeing how people feel about it, getting people used to the fact that, well, there might be some transmog you can purchase on the store, and it might come with some trader's tender. It's just acclimatizing people to spending money. Additional money on top of the cost of the game, additional money on top of the monthly subscription we already pay. Once people are acclimatized to it, they can start being slowly more and more aggressive with it. Like I said, the rest of the industry, the rest of the gaming industry has been doing this for flipping years now. Blizzard were always going to play catch up.
You should be quite proud of
but
yourself for having faced down
in a way, I'm kind of thankful that Blizzard haven't gone off the deep end. Which one do we want? A clergy ring? Flipping hell, that's actually an upgrade. My rings are dog do. 1 stamina, 3 spirit is an upgrade to 1 strength and 3 stamina. Well, because strength does absolutely nothing for me. Or the staff of the purifier. Purifies the friendly target, removing 1 disease and 1 poison effect. Is that not crazy powerful, considering we don't by default have a purify ability? Shouldn't I take this and keep this in my bags? Since what do we have? We have decurse, don't we? We as a mage, we only have decurse.
Need help? Be careful.
Is that a cheeky
It was a
way?
grand thing you did today, adventurer. You should be quite proud of yourself for having faced down a warlock of
Oh,
such
it's only
power.
got 3
Let's see
charges?
what we can learn
Oh,
from
well,
this
it's...
right
I see, I should have read the next line. It goes in the bin then, doesn't it? Okay. Good spot, Woo. Good spot. Cool down on it makes it a bit of a hassle, though. Yeah, I was just thinking the fact that this gives us access to tools for our toolkit that we don't usually have, but the fact that it's got 3... And on use on an item that has 3 charges? Nah, I'll take the ring, thanks. I'll take the ring that's genuinely actually an upgrade, which is semi-sad, but...
is little better than the scribblings of a child. Many of my orders scoffed when I chose to learn their tongue, but I have found it beneficial.
I'm sure it has some niche classic handy application. Oh, it definitely does. Too niche for my liking, though.
Still possesses 2 soul gems, and they are being held in Nightrun and Saturnar, satyr-held areas in northeast Ashenvale. Be careful out there, adventurer. The satyr's blood-soaked temples can be unsettling even for a seasoned adventurer such as yourself.
Seasoned adventurer.
Go with honor, friend.
Okay. You don't realize how much you miss Greater Rifts until you have to run across an entire continent to get a single dungeon for 3 minutes of gameplay. Interesting you say Greater Rifts. I mean, I can't be the only one that think delves sound a lot like Greater Rifts, right? I am talking about how retail World of Warcraft has learnt a lot from Diablo. It is uncanny the amount of similarities I see between delves and Greater Rifts. In terms of that there is going to be X amount of them, they're going to be relatively procedurally generated, meaning they're going to feel slightly different each and every time. They're going to increase in difficulty over time. It just screams Greater Rifts in World of Warcraft. I can't wait to see and find out a bit more about delves, to see just how close the similarities are. But once again, in terms of Blizzard learning from Diablo 3, they learned that if Greater Rifts, people will push and push and push and push and push, and they'll do the same thing over and over again. You look, I mean, the similarities are obviously already there with Mythic Plus Dungeons, right? You can look at Mythic Plus Dungeons in a very similar light as Greater Rifts, in terms of the fact that they're, it's something that ever increases in difficulty. You can do it in a group. Well, you obviously Mythic Plus, you have to do it in a group, but it's kind of doing the same thing over and over again for ever so slightly better rewards each and every time. And this is why retail feels a lot more arcadey nowadays, because it's got very arcadey loot grind mechanics built into it. Whereas if you're looking for the MMORPG, there are other options right now. Should we not be taking this quest anyway? Supplies to Aberdeen.
Delgrin has asked me to deliver messages and supplies to Sentinel Starbreeze in Aberdeen, but I am loath to leave on my own. Dangerous foes operate in the forest, and I do not wish to risk letting these supplies and information fall into the wrong hands. If you and others could act as my guards, I could leave now. With your protection, I have no doubt that we can see these goods safely to Aberdeen.
He says we. Is this an escort quest? Is this why I'm not taking this now? I will leave that one for now. I suspect we do that quest, but we do that quest in a minute. What's the add-on that gives you the voiceover? It's quite literally called voiceover. Voiceover and then voiceover data vanilla. That in conjunction with immersion is giving me the quest interface. They're trying to find ways to keep people in the game when the story stops until the next bit of content, and appealing to people's competitive nature is their way of solving it. This is why it's always amazed me that they've not bothered to... that they haven't gone the route of... Do we get 6 dust from that? Sheesh. That they've never implemented like Mythic Plus leaderboards or anything. They've always left this to like Raider.io and other external third-party sources. It amazes me that they didn't do anything more competitive with Dragon Races. Like, why was there not like a Stranglethorn Vale fishing competition style thing with like a global leaderboard displayed in Valdrakken on each server that people could compete for? Like, where is the MMO competitive elements? Why weren't they a thing? Why didn't they do anything along those lines for Torghast? Why wasn't there an alternative competitive mode for Torghast? People, you're right. People absolutely fucking love to be competitive. And in a way, it surprises me that Blizzard hasn't like lent into that more so. There must be a reason why they haven't. Whether it be through time, effort, resources, or strictly the fact they don't want to, but I still think that there are so many more rooms for improvement on that sort of side of things.
Taranis' body lies broken atop the island. For some unknown reason, the Murlocs have left it alone. The deep slashes across his corpse obviously came from the weapons and claws of the Murlocs. As you rummage through Taranis' belongings, you find a journal that is still in good condition. You take the journal and leave Taranis' corpse as is. The only thing left to do is find the gem Taranis was seeking. Rayani mentioned it being in the area. Perhaps the Murlocs have it.
Pew pew some Murlocs then, I getcha. Inventory full, flipping Nora. Spider meat, get out of town.
As you rummage through Taranis' belongings, you find a journal.
Yeah, we don't need to hear that again. Right, collect glowing gem. Kill salt spittle enemies around the area. Yeah, pew pew. Pew pew you fellas. Oh, we got a clear casting proc. Boom. Goldmaking is a form of competitiveness. It is, without any, once again, without any significant form of like leaderboards or anything along those lines. People laughed at me when I referred to the auction house as like auction house PvP, but it is exactly that. And how many times do you see people turning around going, how do I compete with this guy that keeps undercutting me? It's like, well, you either try harder and do better, or move on and do something else. That's the answer. There's no secret sauce. It's clearly try harder or do better. And if you can't, it means they know something you don't. And I can't tell you what that is because I don't know. Get good. Exactly. Stop being a noob. I jest. It's funny, but I jest. Even collecting has become competitive with websites like Data for Azeroth. Yeah, exactly. All the things has brought a huge amount of competitiveness to the game. People love to be competitive. It's in gamers' nature. Often people switch to less competitive options because they're not competitive in other areas. I, for one, don't do much PvP. You know why? Because I know I can't win at PvP. I'm not going to bother trying if I know I can't win from the word go. I'm going to get out-sweated within minutes in PvP, so it doesn't interest me. Because, guess what? Losing is boring. I'd rather pick my fights at with something that I know I can be competitive in. And for a long while, that has been gold making, and it's slowly switching towards more collecting. But yeah, this is kind of, you know, gamer nature. We're programmed to wanna be competitive. Oh no, come back. Ah, there's the glowing gem I need. What can I get rid of? You. Give me that. Persistence is key with goal making. Oh, it definitely is. There's likely often to be times where you can make a large amount of gold very quickly, but often those opportunities are only available for those that kind of knew that was coming. That's certainly the way that that's certainly the way that it tends to be trending nowadays. Is that one, you know, if you know a change is about to happen and you can take advantage of the change happening, you'll do much better off than somebody that is like, oh, a change has happened, and then they react to it. But also persistence, right? Like if you just craft a few bits and pieces, list a few bits and pieces, and then recraft what sells, and you just consistently do that every day, you will end up making a sizable amount of gold. It's the slow and steady approach. Being consistent with it is almost key. Transmog is one of the biggest examples of this for me. Is that Transmog is touted and often advertised almost like a get-rich-quick scheme. Look at this 100,000 gold per hour you can get by running this one dungeon 10 times. And it's like, sure, okay, you've got your thumbnail, you've got your title now. But the reality is that you have to run that same dungeon or multiple different dungeons to build up an inventory over the period of months to build enough items so that you can start to see a steady flow of sales from it. But most people are not willing to put the legwork in because they signed up for a get-rich-quick scheme and suddenly realised that nobody's getting rich quick off it. It's a real slow and steady grind. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just significantly less likely to work in the short term rather than the long term. I have real problems, the fact that I can't get rid of any of this.
How may I help?
Oh wait, hang on, what? What's going on here? Accept the ancient statuette. Why are you not talking to me?
I would charge you with a task, adventurer. I was on my small vessel, skimming over the submerged ruins of Zoram, when Naga attacked me, surging from the water and tearing at me with their claws.
I really need to fix this bag
what
situation.
supplies I could to make this meager camp. But when I reached the shore and ran, my prized possession was lost. Please, adventurer, find the site of my ambush along the coast to the north and search for an ancient statuette. It is the reason I have braved the dangers.
Starting to level some characters on Drano at the moment. I'm struggling with gold making on my main server that's low pop. Low populations have the same issue, or sorry, I should say high populations often struggle with the same issues that low population do, but just on the other side of the fence, right? Low population realms, you struggle to find people to buy your shit. The problem on high pop realms is the exact opposite. There's plenty of people to buy your shit, but there's also 20 times the amount of people trying to sell it to them. So there's often similar struggles, just painted in a different color. But I tend to think that any form of turnover is a better option. You're better off selling stuff more frequently, but just for less profit and consistently. Like we were talking about a minute, consistency is key, you know? You're just better off doing small things more frequently. The opportunities are usually better on full pop realms. I cannot in any way, shape or form suggest people try and make gold on low pop servers. You're fighting an uphill battle. Something that's naturally competitive in the first place, you're kind of putting yourself at a major disadvantage by playing on low pop servers. Two int, 2 stamina. We could sell it, but we're going to disenchant it. I need the inventory space. Before long, though, I still believe it's not going to be too long before we don't have to worry about server population at all, as they will merge everything. I think Warbands is Blizzard's first step towards generally merging absolutely everything. There's I still believe they clearly want to go the route of one day having just one big auction house. Commodities being merged was their first step in that direction. They would have merged everything else other than the fact that it probably means they've got to put a lot of time and effort into doing it. Warbands sort of semi-fixes that because it means that players individually can buy things from wherever they want and sell things, or they can share stuff between their own characters. It's like, you know, it's a step in the right direction. I think Warbands was probably this expansion's compromise to them not really wanting to fully redo the auction house again. Will you die already? There we go, thank you. Low pop, less buys, but a higher sell price. Higher pop, more buyers, less sell price. I think that's an illusion, honestly. Mostly because, I mean, you know, it's a logical statement, but I genuinely don't think that's quite how it works out. You are significantly more likely to sell significantly more on a higher pop server. Even though you are selling it for less, you are going to sell so much more that it is still going to be vastly more beneficial to be on the high pop server than the low pop server. You might get that one wonder sale occasionally on a low pop server and sell something for 100k, but you know that's in data terms, that's an outlier. That's not something that you can rely on. Make gear crafters on low pop realms, might get more business. Yeah, like I said, I tend to think that the logic is sound. That, you know, you'll sell more on a high pop, but you'll sell it for more on a low pop. But those two still aren't equal. They're both true statements, but they're still not equal. If your goal is to make more gold, you will do that far more reliably on a high pop server. Far more reliably. Not to mention all of the other actual rest of the game advantages of being on a high pop server. The fact that there is multiple more guilds, there's many more players, it's easier to quest, it's easier to find groups. There's vast additional bonuses to being on the high pop server outside of just the goal making side of things. I just need to... Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
You found it. Thank you, adventurer. The old city of Zoram holds many secrets, and this statuette may be the key to many of them. I fear the ancient statuette's secrets will remain forever hidden, unless you find the key to its ancient lock. That key is a ring, the Ring of Zora.
Sold a TCG pet for 250k last night after a whisper. Felt weird seeing so many zeros after playing Season of Discovery for a couple of weeks. Yeah, 250,000 gold?
Their leader,
Sheesh.
dwells on an isle on the northern edge of Zoram. Please, adventurer,
All the
retrieve the ring
zeros.
for me.
I would go and do this, but I know that this adventure is going to require me to have bag space that is not tragic. I'm going back to Stormwind. I need to do something about my bags. We can come back here in 18 minutes with our Hearthstone and finish this off. Let's go take a quick scout at some bigger bags. Brown leather bags are 8 slot bags. We can get 12 slot bags for 10 gold a piece, right? Isn't that the going rate on 12 slot bags? That would be an extra row in each. I think that might be the play. I can put a lot of this stuff in the bank though, actually, realistically. How are you doing, Chilida? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. Buying battle pets on Area 52, highest pop NA server, selling them in a medium to low pop server, often making good profits. There are some markets. Like I said, I'm not saying that there aren't opportunities, but I'm talking, you know, generally the opportunities are vaster on the bigger pop servers. My little project pet is basically, the whole premise of that is buy from the cheap bigger realms more often than not, and then sell on the lower pop realms.
Welcome to the
Rather than
Bank
just
of
doing
Stormwind.
it from
We
one
offer
to
financial
one. I'm
accounts and
doing it
safety
from a
deposit
few
boxes
too
for
many.
valuable items. Do you already have an
That's
account with
the
us, ma'am?
that's the approach at least. Right, let's put all the enchanting stuff back in here temporarily because it's taking up a lot of bag space right now. You can go in there as well. Let's put all of this like bonus cloth in here as well. That we're clearly going to need, but just I don't need it in my bags particularly. Rune silver rod, I don't need this anymore, do I? No, hang on, that is the one I need. It's the rune copper rod I don't need anymore. That flipping book, I should just sell the damn thing. No, don't put a clam in there, you fool.
For the Alliance.
Right, let's go list a few things on the auction house. Student made a video about the knapsack 12 slot bag selling for 40 gold. I mean, if you buy it for 40 gold, you are actually mental. But then again, it's blissful ignorance a lot of the time with the auction house at the moment. People will buy something on the basis that they don't know that it's available for less from somewhere else. Knowledge is power. Much like I'm going to list this on the auction house right now for 186, and if it sells, I'm going to laugh all the way to the bank. If it doesn't sell, we'll learn it later. Gold bar, that's been taking space for ages and it can just go away. Stupid clams, go away. There's one stack of silver ore that can go away. Silver bars, these can go in here. Scroll of agility, I've got no need for that. How many scrolls of regeneration I need to keep? These are soulbound anyway. Quest items, quest items. Sell these. Quest items. More quest items. Quest items. Shadow gem. Have these gone to the... What's going on here? Okay. Okay. More quest items. Yeah, more quest items. Okay. This is the problem, right? Quest items for days. Conjured stuff. Conjured stuff. Scrolls. Thing. Right, there we go. That's better. Container, bag. No, hang on. Shopping. TSM. Browse. Advanced. Container. Bag. Go. Did you go over the new roadmap? We took a little bit of a look at it yesterday. Yeah. The TLDR on the new roadmap for me is that we've got a busy 2024 with World of Warcraft by the looks of things. Obviously, I was not totally expecting to get so engrossed in Season of Discovery, but at least temporarily and at least currently, I'm a big fan. That said, if we get access to the alpha, that will pull me back to retail for sure. If they do some funky new stuff in retail, we'll go back and have a look at that sort of stuff. But they've very cleverly made it so that there's always something happening with World of Warcraft next year. So it could be a bumper year for sure. Could be fun. Dark Moon box, 14 slot bag, listed for 17 gold at the moment. The 12 slot bags, people are still trying to list them for more than what they sell for from a vendor. You can go buy these from a vendor for less than 10 gold a piece. So I don't necessarily know why you'd buy them off the auction house for 12 gold a piece, other than the fact that they don't know that you can buy them off a vendor for substantially less. TSM seems to think these have a... Oh, vendor sell... yes, TSM seems to think they sell for 2 gold 50. That's not strictly true. The Journeyman's backpacks are still 40 gold a piece. These are 14 slots, but the benefit being is you can equip multiple of them, whereas the Dark Moon is the same size, but you can only have one. I'm wondering then if maybe a Dark Moon storage box, just because it's bigger, or do I just go buy a couple of 12 slot bags and call it a day, considering this is technically an alt. 10 slot bag for 2 gold is actually... Yeah. Not going to be buying anything, am I? I don't think. What about... Where's the silk bags? How much are silk bags nowadays? Small silk packs? Oh, these are only 10 slot ones as well. Okay. Isn't it quite genuinely, like, in this building over here, you buy the bags for 12 slot bags?
What can I do? Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
Oh, this dude doesn't sell the bigger ones. Where's the dude that sells the bigger ones?
Light bless you.
I vaguely remember it's over this way. No, rune cloth bags are not available yet. You need too high of a tailoring skill to make those. The biggest bag you can get is the Journeyman's bags, and they're 14 slots. Buying a couple of 12 slot ones though. Is it in here? Isn't one of you a bag vendor? There we go.
I sell only the best gear, tested and true.
Huge
And the
brown
prices are
sacks.
set.
There we go.
So if you want to haggle, then go
9
find
gold
a
a
goblin.
piece. 9 gold a piece. 9. 18. 27. $36. Oh, I've done it.
Be careful.
I shouldn't have done that. Rip gold. Right, there we go. Doesn't that look more appealing? Who doesn't want a bunch of huge brown sacks in their life? I've now got 8 minutes to kill. Let's God, that literally has cost me all of yesterday's questing efforts. That's disgusting, that is, isn't it? Prices on the top level bags will drop fast when the next season's launched, so I wouldn't bother buying anything more than 10 slots currently, 12 at the most. Yeah, I mean, best in slot is always going to be luxury and expensive, isn't it? So we can probably buy a couple of bank spaces for some of these. Give us some more bank storage, a little bit more bank storage. Like I said, this is just an alt, so I'm not
to the Bank of Stormwind.
likely going too
accounts
crazy.
and safety deposit boxes for valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, ma'am?
Alright, there we go.
Be careful.
Right, we are now poor again. After all of that, we're now poor. Check me out. Right. Let's grab some more runes. I like to run off with 10 of these. Not that I ever need 10 in one go, but it just means we shouldn't ever run out of being able to zip places.
Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
Why can't I click on the button? Let me click on the button. Let me click on the button. There we go. Okay. Christ, now we really do need to make some gold. Should we do something really dangerous? Well, it's not really dangerous because we've got nothing to spend, but should we do something dangerous, e.g. look at anything to buy gear-wise now that we're 25? Where's our... any helms? Any helms? Cloth? Helm. Azure silk hood. Yeah, not bothered about these. Not bothered about one of them. Neck. 15 gold. Glowing green talisman. Stamina spirit. Spectral necklace of concentration. 2 mana per 5. Sheesh. Okay. Shoulders, cloth shoulder usable. Is it okay to do all of the available quests at 25 for gold, or do you want to save some later for leveling? That's entirely your choice. If you do the quests now, obviously you're not going to have them when Phase 2 comes out. But my suspicion is that a vast majority of people will probably just chain run Scarlet Monastery to get to level 40. So you can dungeon grind your way to 40 if that's... I mean, it's... I think that will probably be an option for many. It's your call, really. Blizzard are aware of the fact that people are doing all the quests, and they've even said they might do something for those that have done all the quests. But... it's kind of it's still not what I'd consider reliable. Shadow spell damage? No, I don't really want those, do I? Is there any of anything else that... Oh, there are better options, but Agi Spirit for a gold? That's not a int stamina, 2 gold. Okay, they get expensive quite quickly. Sanguine Mantle in stamina. That's not bad for the money. Less than a gold, 3 stamina, 6 in. For just something. Mine don't even have stats on them right now. Ah, rip gold. Rip gold. Right, let's get out the auction house. Christ alive. Rip gold. Yes, put them on. There we go. Rip gold. It's fine. I think it's even a faster option since a large portion of the player base will actually have BIS gear, making the dungeons way easy. This is also the thing, right? That you'll be the equivalent of like fully twinked out, meaning that most of your level 25 gear will probably get you to 40 anyway. I mean, people have already made comparisons to some of the gear that we're going to have at 25. It was like pre-raid 60 BIS equivalent. So when Scarlet Monastery turns up, people will absolutely smash the pants off it. I suspect if they have even remotely geared up at 25 is my guess at least. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Let's turn this in actually, because I'm never going to put Swift Thistle in the box. How much do I need? 20 Swift Thistle? Can we get 20 Swift Thistle on the cheap? Swift I don't know how you spell it. There we go. Whoa! No. No. Hand that box in, bear. Sheesh. That is not a profit box.
See you around. Farewell.
Right. 20 seconds and we can get back to business. One level an hour doing Scarlet Monastery Library, or one level every 3 hours doing quests in Stranglethorn Vale. It's probably true. Also, obviously, if you're looking to level quickly when Phase 2 comes out, you know, mobs and tags are going to actually slow you down even more. Questing will be probably the slower option anyway. But which is more fun? I do like Stranglethorn Vale. It's one of my more favourite zones. I remember way back in the day, way back when vanilla was vanilla, I knew a guy that refused to go past level 38. And he was just like basically the king of Stranglethorn Vale, or at least he self-proclaimed king of Stranglethorn Vale. He just lived in the zone. Never had done all of the quests, everything there, just like for some reason had no desire to go past. This was way before the days of even way before the days where you could cap your experience even. So like he was a weird character, that's for sure, but he was very, very well known on the server as being the guy that was level 38 that lived in Stranglethorn Vale. It was quite weird. People are also completing some of the yellow-red quests, but not turning them in till the next phase. Yeah, I mean, that's if you're min-max Sweaty Betty. If you have a quest log of 20 quests that are like red that you've completed, I do kind of think that the goblin in me would be like, wow, there's like 50 gold here in quests. I'm just going to turn these in. Screw it. I'll run a few more SM dungeons when it comes out and hit 40 an hour after everybody else. I wouldn't be able to sit at a quest log that's worth so much and not hand it in. Did he build himself a hut? I don't know what he did. My favourite from Classic is Duskwood. Basically Halloween all the time there. I couldn't... see, that's on my radar of zones to go and do. But I can't... I can't find the effort to go do it. Because I don't have fond memories of this zone. It's just... I don't know. It's just icky. I don't like it. I don't like it. I prefer the vibrancy, the more colourful zones. I'm a simpleton, clearly. Don't you start from level 1 in the new season of Discovery? Well, when Phase 2 comes out, no. Well, you will. If you make a new character, yes. But if you continue with an existing character, then it's the level that it is. All the bots in Duskwood have been giving me nightmares. Scariest thing in there, in my opinion. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of bots out there now. I like the quest flow over in Duskwood. I can't... It's been a long time since I've actually run through Duskwood properly. This is actually... playing Season of Discovery, actually, I had this thought last night. That I wonder if just purely for science purposes... I mean, I already know the answer. But just for science, I was contemplating leveling a mage... a human mage on retail to 25, doing a similar route that I would have done on classic, just to see what the difference is. I mean, that's got to be half an hour of content, right? That's kind of what I thought. It takes an hour per level in classic right now. But just how much do you not see on retail now because of how goddamn fast it is? You could get from 1 to 25 in retail in about 25 minutes, I think. If you, you could absolutely blast. You wouldn't have any mana issues. You wouldn't care about gear. Like, the difference would be astonishing. How many of the quests would you actually end up doing in each zone? Like 3 before you're ready to move on. Even doing it without heirlooms. That would be quite a fun comparison. Right, I oomed myself stupidly there. I don't know why I did that. Because let's think about it. You can get, even if you do XL's Reach, right? XL's Reach is technically slow. This is the silly thing. XL's Reach can get you to 10 in like less than an hour. 40 minutes maybe. Then to get from 10 to 25, I reckon it takes you an hour and a half, maybe. I don't think it takes you that long at all. You basically do one zone. If you basically lore master one zone, you'll be level 25 in retail, I think, right now. And because you practically have no downtime, Yeah, I don't think it'd take you much more than 2 hours to hit level 25 in retail right now. Which is bonkers, I think. When you compare it to like 25 hours of questing in Classic. Right, I remember this zone has both annoying mobs that also have a sizably fast respawn on them as well. So I need to be sort of careful. Is the dude here? No, he's dead. He respawns here, from what I remember. So let's pew pew some stuff while we wait. Two hours 30 in retail, and I'm level 27. Well, there we go. There we go. Oh, you want me to share the quest as well? Lord. Plus you probably want this one. No, where is it? This one? Are you already on that one? Let's kill some things then while we wait. Best speedrun in retail seems to be 4 hours 30, which is crazy. Yeah, for level 70 as well, that's mad. Yeah, they don't, you know, this is why I tend to think, yeah, probably a Halden run, I would imagine. This is why I'm strongly of the opinion that retail's just too fast. Like, it's nice and all, but it's just too fast. Even if you were doing it no heirlooms, no guide, no pre-planning, no nothing, you're still looking at like 7 hours of play to get to max level. Which is just too fast. This, you know, this is meant to be an MMO. It's meant to be a journey, in my opinion. I think it's the problem Blizzard has is they can't just arbitrarily turn around and go, right, we're going to make hitting max level take 50 hours now. They can't do that because, you know, people will be like, oh well, it took 4 hours last expansion. Why are you not valuing our time, Blizzard? And it'll just be like, oh, okay. It's, you know, this is why they probably won't do it. And they kind of can't now. The zoom mentality in retail is kind of something you can't go back on easily. There are probably some slightly more elegant solutions in terms of the fact that you could sort of like have a first time sort of chromie time version of leveling, which takes a significant amount of time, but once you've done it, then you're back to ye olde regular zoom mode if you so wish. But even then, it's kind of like you'd still have players complain about it. People see the leveling grind as a waste of time, hence the Blizz not valuing the time. Well, yeah, see, this is... But the reason people consider it a waste of time is because they don't obtain anything from it. There is no value to players in leveling. It's not like you learn particularly much. It's not like you gain things that are useful to you once you hit max level. The entire reason you level is to hit level 70, and then once you hit level 70, it's like it's a totally different game. And so this is part of the problem, right? That it's because it is so pointless to players. Players want to do nothing other than just zug, just absolutely zerg it and just get it done. If there was some value to be had from doing it, if it was enjoyable to do, then people wouldn't mind. But it's not. So you know, they have to kind of fix both things, really. You have to make it fun and enjoyable and useful for players to do. And then you've also got the justification for it taking longer. But until they can fix the initial problem of that leveling is pointless, that there's nothing they can do to make it longer without people just turning around and saying, well, you're just doing this for the sake of making it longer. I hate the fact that there's so much content in World of Warcraft that you can just absolutely 100% gloss over, and it means nothing. I genuinely think it's such a waste that they have 2 decades of content that can be condensed down to a 4-hour, 15-minute experience. I find it incredible that that's a thing. Boom. Job done. Nice. Nice. I have a friend who is super bad at the game. Takes a long time for him to get anywhere. The issue is, like, I wouldn't say that that's much of a concern, other than the fact that there's still the inherent issue that they are still not learning anything by doing it. Blizzard, what they did when did they make Exile's Reach? When did Exile's Reach come out? Was that at the beginning of, was that a Shadowlands thing, or was that a BFA thing? I can't quite remember. I can't quite remember when they made Exile's Reach, but it was at the same sort of time I seem to remember that they did a rebalance of the experience so that the first 30 levels were a bit slower. They slowed down the level gain in the first 30 levels, but then sped it up in the next 30. And I think this was so that whilst you are gaining your skills as a character, that you have more time in between each level to appreciate what that skill is and to figure out what the hell it does and what button you should be putting it on and this sort of thing. There was some sort of, you know, it kind of gave the illusion that they were thinking about trying to make level mean something. But I still think that, unfortunately, the journey you go on whilst leveling is too fast and too meaningless for it to have actually worked. But the problem is I don't know how Blizzard would fix it. It's removing XP off the heirlooms as well is something that they did. They've clearly tried to do some subtle things to bring more value to leveling your characters and to playing alts and to try and make the experience slightly better. But still, I don't think there's a... I don't think it's worked. I feel they screwed up when they crushed the level cap back to 60 and gave us the option of choosing where to level instead of forcing us through each expansion like veteran players were forced to. The closest thing to a solution I've come up with for leveling in retail is if they were to take Chromie, who is very well established at this point, and people understand for the most part what Chromie time is, and even new players seem to kind of get on board with what Chromie is. If they were to make, let's call it the WoW campaign, right? We have end game campaign quests. If they were to do a leveling campaign that is practically Chromie teaching you the lore of each expansion in small bite-sized chunks. So it's not that you're strictly playing through the old. You don't go to Northrend, complete one zone in Northrend, and then fuck off and go somewhere else. It would be like that Chromie would sort of teach you. They could weave in some like mini 3-player scenarios. They're building, and we're about to get the AI technology for like dungeons. They could integrate that into like mini scenario events to make you play through. You could take an expansion. Let's say they try and make each expansion like an hour of gameplay or something. Chromie could take you through the lore of that expansion, what happened, why it happened, a little mini scenario at the end of each one, some AI NPCs, a condensed small version of the raid to help tell the story in each expansion. And there could be a leveling campaign. And that campaign could be what new players do to catch up with the last 20 years of storyline, so that maybe when they hit the new expansion that some of it makes sense. A detailed, well-scripted, complete leveling experience that they could, easily adjust and reconfigure every time they launch a new expansion, sort of thing. Come the War Within, they're going to make Dragonflight the default leveling expansion, I believe, instead of it being BFA, which I still think is. I don't know. I think does the questing experience, does the leveling experience in Dragonflight really do much for new players, or are we just repeating the same issue that we had with brand new players being forced through BFA? Like, why am I dealing with Battle for Azeroth? Why am I dealing with faction wars? Why am I dealing with pirates? And then all of a sudden, randomly, I ding level 60 and I'm told to go get on the back of a dragon. Like, there's such a disconnect between leveling and the actual expansion. They've got to do something smarter with it, because it just feels real dumb.
And know that your deeds today will remain forever in my memory.
Or at least my opinion is that it's pretty dumb the way that it works now. Obviously their logic behind making BFA the leveling experience was it's a more modern zone, right? It's it's got more than 3 pixels in it. It's got, some slightly more dynamic questing. I think Battle for Azeroth was one of the first expansions where they did try something a little bit more modern and new with the questing for leveling. And I think it worked. Leveling through BFA was interesting. You had 2 very distinct paths, depending on whether you did it as Horde or you did it as Alliance. So you could argue there's also some replayability there as well. But I still don't think it was like... I think there's a massive disconnect between it. Why, when somebody who is brand new to the game, who has bought a game that is talking about lots of dragons, why are they, why would you spend your first bunch of hours going through a faction war and finding about Azeroth and all of this sort of stuff, collecting random pieces of Azeroth armor, and then all of a sudden you hit ding 60 and you're on the back of a dragon? What? It doesn't make sense. And if you've just spent $50 on buying a brand new video game, and on top of that $50 you've paid out for a subscription for a month of game time as well, you expect to be playing dragons pretty quick. I've worried about this for years, that Blizzard's what's often referred to as churn rate or bounce rate, I think is ridiculous. They're really good at onboarding new players at the beginning of every expansion. Hype season does wonders, right? There's clearly hundreds of thousands, if not millions of new players every time World of Warcraft releases an expansion. The problem is I don't think Blizzard does a very good job of keeping any of them. I think there are so many fair weather players to this game. And I guess most of them probably don't even hit Dragonflight. They buy the game, they install the game, they make a character, they get halfway through the BFA leveling experience, and are probably like, nah, this makes no fucking sense, see you later, bye. And then, you know, they're gone. WoW was never about the story. It wasn't, but it's an MMORPG. That's what it says on the box. I don't know. I think trying to structure the game in that genre without there being solid storytelling, I don't know. One man's opinion, I suppose. It's kind of frustrating because at the same time, I absolutely love the game. But this is hence why I just want it to be better, and I want it to be more enjoyable for more people. But I see there's some glaringly obvious problems with the franchise in general. If you want story, you should play other games. But the story is what builds character to the game. You're right, it doesn't the story doesn't necessarily need to be there, but the story is often what guides your character on a journey. It doesn't matter if you particularly care for the storyline too much or not, but it provides reason to what you're doing, which I think is fundamentally very important in any game. That as soon as you have no reason for doing what you're doing, it's very easy to put it down and stop doing it. Like at that point, it's like, well, why are you doing it? Like,
Farewell.
Story is a huge aspect of the full package, you know. Whenever I read people quitting over what they did with X character, it's just cringe, but that's me. Oh, that's also false attribution in most cases, I think. That's, you know, that's often the straw that breaks the camel's back, that, oh, they've done this with this character, oh, well, now I'm quitting. Well, you were already out the door, my friend. That was just what, you know, gave you the nudge. Daughter's bought me a bag of flaming hot crunchy Cheetos. Man, they're reminding me of growing up in the States. I love Cheetos. Not so much flaming hot. In the UK, we had Monster Munch, was the... Monster Munch and Whatsits. Flaming hot Monster Munch. Ah, god of all crisps. Or chips, as they're often referred to elsewhere. God tier. I need a drink though. Back in a sec. Hi, dog. Hi, dog. Right, what are we doing over here? Turning in a quest somewhere, picking up another quest somewhere else. We'll let Zygor tell us where we're going. Hey, we're back up to nearly 2 gold. We're balling now. Living in the UK with wife and daughter, so getting these kind of Cheetos is kind of pricey since you have to buy them from the candy shops imported. Yeah, put Cheetos down, eat Whatsits instead. The same but better. Same but better. Whatsits or Flaming Hot Monster Munch? Top drawer. Absolutely banging. That's my advice anyway. I do miss some of UK's food though, to be honest. When you live there, you're like, this food is shit. But what I really miss more than anything else about UK food is the choice, the selection. They do Flaming Hot Whatsits now. Well, that clearly shows how long it's been since I've lived there. I miss the choice. I miss the selection. I miss there being 20 different variations of everything. In the UK, in Finland, there's never 20 variations of anything other than coffee. It is my goal. Christmas-shaped crumpets? What, in the shape of... Please tell me there's crumpets in the shape of a Christmas tree.
I'm pleased to see you've returned successfully.
That would be fantastic.
Your assistance to Volcor has given me faith that we can overcome the challenges.
I do miss... I thought about trying to replicate... Because some of you may know I'm hosting Christmas this year. Me and Mrs. Manthias are having her family round for Christmas. And... I was thinking about trying to replicate a few UK classic Christmases, but Christmas sort of food items. I wanted to make pigs in blankets. The problem is with trying to make pigs in blankets, though, is that we don't have the pigs. Finland doesn't have proper pigs. Not like little chipolata kind of like mini sausages. Finland for some reason just doesn't have the right pigs. I've even looked in Lidl to try and find something equivalent, but it just doesn't seem to. I can't seem to find anything that would work. Finland doesn't do sausages in the right way.
The hippogriff is a noble beast, proud and swift.
Which is for me a shame, but
take their rider a great distance.
Sausages are pretty easy to make, to be honest. Well, I mean, was another option, but yeah, that's effort, isn't it? Given the choice, I'd rather, much like my adventures in World of Warcraft, I'd rather buy it off the auction house than farm the materials myself. Flaming Hot Crunchy Whatsits, which are an okay replacement coming from the US. From the US to the UK, there's a big lack of selection. So if you're saying Finland has less than the UK, then ouch. Yeah, the US is probably another extreme above. That there is just, instead of 10 variations of everything, there's 50. Finland has like, you go down the cookie aisle and there's like 3 different versions of cookies. It's like, oh. You got a pack of digestives, you got some Oreos, and then you got like fake Jaffa cakes. That's your choice. Christmas tree shaped garlic bread. Oh, talking my language. Sounds delightful. I remember going into a corner shop in the US. They had 40 varieties of Schnapple. Kind of blew my mind. Yeah, Schnapple for me was just what I saw Americans drink on TV programs. I barely even knew it existed. You used to get it. You used to be able to get Schnapple in a few places in the UK. It's just there's something satisfying about opening the bottle, right? When you open the bottle, I don't know what it is. Food gets me very nostalgic. It's the only thing that really frustrates me about Finland, is I don't gel very well with the cuisine over here. If there were no custard creams, I ain't ever visiting Finland. Oh, you ain't getting anything like a custard cream over here. I've not had a custard cream in about a decade. You ain't gonna get custard creams. You're not getting bourbons. You're like, no, not in Finland. They have 500 different variations of salty licorice, but they can't get a custard cream. It just doesn't happen, no. But Finland has a higher tax rate. Yay! So there's pros and cons.
How may I help?
Gotta love it.
Good luck, friend. Very well done, adventurer. Your actions in the Zoram Strand against
We focus on what's important. Salty licorice and coffee. So that's fuel for all Finnish people. And I love them for it.
We know this, for we share a history with them.
You need somebody to send you a UK care package with non-perishable snacks. There's actually a store. There's a store in Helsinki that is the same sort of scenario. It's like an import store that has a lot of UK food in it. It's just when you pick up you pick up a jar of peanut butter and it says like €8. You're like, put it down. I could literally, you could strap it on the back of a pigeon and teach it to fly across the sea for less money than what they try and charge for some of this import food. It's disgusting.
We are not in open war with the Horde, but our peace is fragile. We often find their agents moving against us, but they do so covertly. One such advance was revealed to us from hidden sources in Theramore, claiming that the orcs collect venom from the Pride Wings near Merkfallen Lake, in the Stone Talon Mountains to the south. Orc assassins
off into Stone Talon now. Okay, I remember this stage.
If this is true, then we must stop them, adventurer.
Rainy's
We must deny them
Cleansing.
the source of venom.
Finland has a nice ice hotel, doesn't it? Yeah, there's a fully ice hotel up north that they, to my understanding, they have to basically rebuild every year.
Del Nadres. This is terrible, adventurer.
There's also a lot of
Jonas
cool
is
things
dead.
such as
The
like
time for
the
mourning will come, but
there's
for now
the
we
there's
must
the
focus our
igloos.
efforts. I shall send some
The,
of the
there's
sentinels
the
to
like
recover
the
Jonas'
Northern
body as
Light
soon as
igloos.
possible.
I don't know what
You
the
have
proper name is
Jonas'
for them,
journal
but
and the gem he was
there's
seeking. Do you think you're capable of completing his task?
well,
I
it
would
is
rest
what it
much
sounds
better
like.
knowing
It's
his
an
death was not
igloo
in
with a
vain.
big glass window in it, which more often than not will allow you to see the northern stars. Mad level expensive, mind, but a once in a lifetime sort of experience. Happened to me with maple syrup and Malta, €7 for a tiny little bottle. Yeah, but it doesn't maple. Isn't there like mafia controlled maple syrup or something? Oh, delete Tyronus's journal. Right, see you later. Cuxlauten and Arctic Resort, is that? Let me Google this, I'm intrigued now. Cuxlauten and Arctic Resort official website. Glass igloos, here we go. Let me make sure this isn't going to dox me in any way, shape or form, and then we might... Yeah, this is crazy cool. This is what we're talking about. Art gallery. No. Accommodation. Glass igloo. Look at this shit, right? Little huts in the snow. Wooden log cabins. Glass window out to see the sort of the northern lights and whatever. This is crazy cool. Log chalets, snow igloos. Look at these things. These are crazy. This is Finland in a nutshell. Santa's home. Gold digger chalets. What? Hang on. Oh, not thirsty women, but genuinely actually gold digger. Okay. Weddings, honeymoons, Santa's home, visit Santa's home. Go see Santa. What's this? Northrend? Yeah, IRL Northrend, pretty much, yeah. Glass igloos, look. These are crazy. Admire the northern lights and the twinkling of the bright starry sky in one of the glass igloos, either with a group of friends or snuggled up romantically with your loved one. The two-person igloos include a toilet and the option of an extra bed. Saunas and showers are available in a separate building. The four-person igloos include their own toilet and showers. The glass igloos are available to book through the Northern Lights season beginning around the 24th of August up until the end of April. This is on my to-do list one year. Very much on my to-do list. We're actually going skiing in end of May. But I do want to do this at some point. This is actually wild. If you actually look at the cost of booking out one of these like chalets, though, it's ridiculous. Doggo, what's up? Can you see the igloos? Can you see the snow? Is that what it is? Yeah, Santa's coming in a few days. You relax. Poor dog. She's annoyed because I'm not giving her any fuss. Rule of thumb with Finland's visit the summer part in the summer, the northern part in the winter. Pretty much it. That's pretty much it, yeah. That's the plan. But these things are crazy cool. Super cool. You got to convert a lot of gold into Blizzard balance to afford one of these, though, even for a couple of nights. These are not cheap. They're not cheap, but they're very cool. Right. Give her some fuss, then. Oh, she's had all the fuss. She's a fuss whore.
What brings you here? You gathered the dust. I will create a pulse.
See, I knew saving these quests and going back and doing them was going to be worthwhile.
Thank you again, adventurer. Without your help,
most of these quests are dumb simple, and it's just like borderline free gold.
Passed, but she is still very weak. I do not believe time alone will give her back the strength she has lost. I believe it will take the power of a moonstone. We used to gather moonstones at Fallen Sky Lake to the southeast, until the Shade Thickets came. Their leader, a Shade Thicket oracle, gathered up all the fallen moonstones and hoards them. Now you must retrieve a moonstone from the oracle.
Moonstone. I like how he says moonstone.
You must slay him.
Oh no, somebody else came in and stole the quest. Hang on, come back.
Greetings.
Give me the actual quest.
Fever has passed, but she is still very weak. I do not
yeah,
time
you said.
Will give
you
her
said.
Back.
Right. Where are we going? Oh, we're actually going into Stone Talon Mountains now. How's Bags looking? Bags looking fine. Strength, stamina, belt. Disenchant. What else we got in here? Robes of Iniquity. Int Stam. Disenchant. Let's keep going. Watch out for the Stone Talon Butcher. You what now? Let's carefully avoid the Horde headquarters bonfire. Don't get caught up in that business. I'm not sure how we avoid this situation right now, actually. This does not seem like the route. There's a bit of everything in Finland. Museums in the cities, fantastic nature, lakeside cabins. No deserts or actual mountains, though. No, that is true. It is that you're not going to find a mountain in Finland, but you will find a billion lakes. If you enjoy nature and the wildlife in that regard, you'll do well in Finland. It took a while to acclimatise to the fact that most people, or I don't know what the percentage is, the vast majority of people in Finland have access to like a summer place. Now it may be like it's a summer cabin that is like family owned sort of thing. Not everybody is quite so flush to have their own summer place. It's often like family shared. But usually most Finns will go to like a summer cabin or something that will be by a lake, and they take their shoes off and they don't put them back on again for like a month or so during the summer. They absorb some of the nature, maybe say a few things, get some words out, and then, you know, close up again, ready in time to go back to work for the rest of the year. Maybe take a dip in a lake, cook some sausages on a bonfire. Simple life, but the good life. I think at this point, instead of paying taxes, I think Finland needs to sponsor me. Why am I paying all these taxes when I'm doing nothing but promoting the best parts of their country? I need a sponsored by Finland. It should be the other way around. Leading advocate for promoting Finland's best sites. Get some words out. Is that a euphemism for anything? No, it is genuinely what I mean it to be. Most Finnish people don't talk unless they have to. Yeah, you get a few drinks in them in the summer, and then they'll do all of their talking in a short period of time, and then they say nothing for the rest of the year. Plenty of trees, definitely lots of trees. This country's made of wood. Definitely lots of trees. No spiders, you stay over there. Super Reaper 6000. That's miles away. How do we get all the way up there? I remember doing this on my Hunter, but it was less scary on my Hunter on the basis of the fact that, well, my pet just tanks everything. Oh, I need to come back and kill these guys in a minute. I need to go get the quest first, though. Oh, this is where I was farming up those items for the one of my hunter runes. I remember. This actually would be a pretty good gold-making farming spot, to be honest. Had to kill these things, the Venture Co. light shredders, and then you use a consumable on them, and it's got the chance to give you, I think it was called a turbocharger. Those things were expensive. They were worth farming for. Pretty dangerous area on PvP servers, I'd imagine. Oh, yeah, very much so. This is a horde zone. Horde leveling zone as well. But I ain't wasting my time with PvP, not in this game. It's crazy talk. Alright, there's one quest here, and then we have to go turn in a quest, which is on top of the hill somewhere. Amateur Daredevil.
Yo, terrible what
That
the
job's
venture
gonna
company
suck,
has
right?
done here, eh? What were they thinking? Goblin company hiring a gnome. Lucky for me, Sputtervalve knows a genius when he sees one. Hired me just after I'd been kicked out. Tells me they built some enormous woodcutting machine. And Sput wants me to steal the plans for him. Unfortunately, Gorenzo, bloody gnome, wants me dead on sight. Maybe you could steal the plans for me. You should be able to find them on one of their operators.
Okay.
Have a good one.
We'll go pew some of them in a minute then. It's weird that Goblin's not a playable racing classic. Feels odd. His accent's all wrong. It's not perfect, is it? But then again, who's to say anybody's accent is correct or not? Oh, I figured out what was Dog's problem. Dog number 2 was in dog number 1's bed. Now she's got her bed back. All makes sense now. There's always a reason.
What? Ah, you've come from Ashenvale at the behest of Tara. How I miss her, my homeland and friends. She must be doing well with the Sentinels to be sequestering adventurers for other tasks. I'm proud of her. It is a pleasure to meet you, adventurer.
You bet your
The
ass it is.
situation here in Stone Talon is obviously grave for a night elf and gnome to be working together. The Venture Company has devastated these lands, and I've spent most of my time putting an end to the destruction. Do not judge Gaxim prematurely. He understands the need for us to work together. If you wish to aid us, then start by speaking to Gaxim. I'm sorry I cannot send you back to Tara with good news yet. Perhaps soon. Farewell.
We're being cocked.
Treacherous! Treacherous and dangerous! That's what this land is! But I'm here to show the Night Elves that it's a little safer with the help of good old engineering and a dash of magic. See, swearing off magic completely won't help the Night Elves. They need it! The world needs it! And with engineering and alchemy to boot, you can't go wrong. The possibilities are endless.
Well, there you go. It's official. Best in slot professions. Engineering, alchemy.
You
Get
see,
on it, boys and
adventurer,
girls.
I'm a member of the Enlightened Assembly of Arcanology, Alchemy, and Engineering Sciences, and it's my goal, nay, my duty, to show the Night Elves that a blend of magic, mixtures, and mechanisms can help save their forests. But it's a hard-fought war, and the goblins reproduce like rabbits, it seems. I haven't even had time to
Goblins
build
are at it
new
like rabbits.
inventions.
It's
I
news
need
to me.
some time to plan and organize, but to do that, I
Okay.
need your help keeping the goblins at bay in Windshire Crag.
Horny goblins.
Off and away.
Right, let's grab some blueprint or something. Super Reaper 6000 blueprints. Venture Co. operators. Kill the operators, kill some loggers, kill some deforesters. Right, some mass zone depopulation tactics. Go. We can do that. We can do that. Not a problem. So, in a solo self-found environment, how do you plan on getting the materials for said professions? I don't know. Why does my wand feel so slow? What's going on here? Why has my wand got a ramp up time to it? That's not right. Nobody likes spiders, so let's steer clear of them. I remember the operators were mostly on this machine in the middle. I also remember there's not many of them. So we've got to get lucky with some RNG here. I like spiders. I cannot be held responsible for the poor decisions of others. Haha! 1 for 1. Happy days. Streamer luck. That was a pain in the ass to get on my hunter, I remember. Oh, these are fly lover, it is known. Lies. Absolute lies. I do prefer... no. I would just rather not have either. Is that an option? My cat likes spiders too. If you can chase and eat them, does that count? My dogs love hunting down spiders. That is true. Spiders learn to live in places where my dogs can't get them. What's the weather like in Finland? Now or generally? We actually had a fair bit of snow last night. Before the stream today, I was shoveling some snow off my yard so that we can get the car out the garage. I have more to do after the stream. Just last week, it was like nearly -20. It's a bit milder the last couple of days, but still, hopefully, mostly minus degrees over Christmas now. But all things considered, I equally think that Finland's weather's much better than the UK. I mean, I don't think most people in the UK think that they have good weather, but it's fucking shit. Like, the UK just has terrible weather. It's of no surprise that most UK people try their absolute hardest to get out of the country and go on holiday at least once a year. -20, I'd die. You just put clothes on. This is the misconception, right? Cold temperatures, there's nothing wrong with cold temperatures. You just put more clothes on. You know, if you stroll outside when it's -20 with shorts and t-shirt on, yeah, you're going to die. But you probably should do because you're an idiot. Right? That's natural selection at play. If you put more clothes on, you're absolutely Gucci. No problem whatsoever. The worst temperature by far is like +5 to -5. That sort of temperature range is just gross. Because that's where you have, like, it's still like damp, it's wet, right? Even though it can be sub-zero temperatures, it's still, everything's kind of wet. And it means even if you've got like thick clothes on, you've still got like that damp moisture in everything. It's horrible. But once it goes below -5, it starts to dry up and everything is like, the air's nice and crisp. And then you just need a thick jacket on and you're good. My fingers would be cold on the keyboard. Well, we do like to keep inside a touch warmer. I guess you should have. I guess I should have specified. Would you rather know what the weather is inside or outside? Outside, it's pretty chilly right now. Inside, it's a nice, comfortable 22 degrees in my studio. Not quite hot, not quite cold, just right. Although I do think Finnish people are born with warmer blood. Since Mrs. Manthius, her hands and toes, fingers and toes, her extremities, always cold. That said, if I put the heating above 20, she starts coming out in a sweat. And starts running around the house, turning everything down. And then she'll sit in front of the TV under 3 blankets. And I'm like, what is going on with you? What is going on? How can you both be simultaneously super hot and super cold at the same time? Like, I don't, like, something doesn't make sense to me. 22 is too much? No, 22 is comfortable. Anything less than 22, I start to feel cold. What the heating costs like in Finland, though? No different to anywhere else, to be honest. But one of the significant differences is most houses in Finland are just built better. Can't lie, they're just built better. They're built with insulation in mind, double glazing, triple glazing windows by default. The houses are just built better. That in turn means that you don't need, there's less variance, that you're not losing all of your heat and all of, you can have the radiators on, you can put a fire on, you can heat a room, and there's a good chance that room will stay warm because your house is built well. I mean, I remember when Mrs. Manthius was in the UK, before she was Mrs. Manthius, but was at university, and in, like, student digs at university. And it was the middle of winter in the UK. She had the radiators on full blast, because she had to have the radiators on full blast. But the front door, had a gap, like 3 centimeters, about 3 centimeter gap at the bottom of the door. I was like, no wonder it's fucking cold in here. Like, you might as well have the door open. That just goes to show how, how terribly houses are built in the UK. Most of them are built by fucking cowboys. That's most of the problem, but. Gotta go, wishing you and yours Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you before. Have a good one, Woo. Enjoy. Hope Santa brings you many, many niceties. Have a good one. More you. Right, 10 of you. Now for some deforesters. I've tagged one somewhere. Where have I tagged one? Over here. A few years ago, there was this thing from the housing company. They would make a heat zone picture of your house outside at night. My house was not leaking heat, but then I was not home. Or it would have been the complete opposite. Yeah, that sort of thing's crazy. You often forget just how much like in the winter how much heat your house loses just through like poor design choices when building the house. Wow, Lady Daisy, I read that as something different. I read that as something different. I was like, that's some sort of weird-ass toilet fetish you got going on there. Enjoy your new hobby, though. I added an H in there somewhere. I was like, okay. You forget I often read the chat quite quickly at a glance. I'm not necessarily. I'm skim reading quite a lot of the time. Your mind is weird, I know. I don't deny. Just Borat memes out of everywhere. This is my pigeon. I like to watch a pigeon take a shit. It's probably culturally inappropriate to do Borat impressions, isn't it? I don't know. Who cares? Are you questing for God? Yeah, pretty much. We're playing catch up with the quests that we would have done during leveling. We've started to see some pretty steady flow of gold from doing this as well, actually, which is quite nice. I have a way less gold than you may expect me to have, but that's because I just got and bought a bunch of huge brown sacks. So I spent the best part of 40 gold on some bag space.
What's up? Hey, is that what I think it is? Great, now, let's see. How am I supposed to understand this stuff? Can't figure out the way gnomes think. Let me tell you, I'm surprised they could build the wheel, let alone those flying machines they like so much.
Harsh.
This envelope has all the information I was able to snatch as they booted me out the door. Venture company internal documents, some manuals, technical things. Oh, and of course, the Super Reaper 6000 blueprints. Sputtervalve has taken up residence at Ratchet in the Barrens. Shouldn't have much trouble finding him. He's a little green fellow.
Okay. Making a trip to Ratchet before too long, apparently. We can deal with that. I'm sure there'd be a market for pigeon shitting on OnlyFans. I'm sure there's a market for nearly anything. I often consider the fact that I'm in the wrong business. Like, I know categorically that there is so much money to be had and made on the internet that sitting here playing video games is the wrong choice. I know I should be selling pictures of my feet for millions. Like, what am I doing here, honestly? What am I doing here? But, like, I think there is enough. The internet has proven to me over the years that it connects the weirdest and wackiest people together. And if you have any idea of what you're doing, you can make a killing on the internet.
Thanks so much for your help, adventurer. You're actually back just in time.
You need to be a little bit out of touch with your morals, though, to do a lot of it.
But it's part of the plan. See, I've been using high explosives. Don't worry, they're not as dangerous as everyone thinks, to scare the goblins back a bit. I can hurt them pretty good with a few key detonations along the mountain's edges. But I've been low on supplies now for a few days. Alrighty then.
So what do you want me to do?
The device I'm thinking about is my most advanced version to date. But we'll need a special potion if it's to work. I'm thinking we might as well get the good stuff since this mission could be your last. And for that, we're going to need some explosives. Nitromerglyceronium. The only person who can make NG
Nitro. What was it called?
Lomac Gear Strip. Look for him in Tinkertown. You talk him into making us some NG5. I'll get to work on placement for my devices.
Okay,
now
mad
for the
scientist
remote
mode.
detonation part of my plan... Oh, I haven't explained that yet, have I? Okay, so the short of it is this. With a little magic, I can make it so the explosives go off while you're not around. I'm putting together a device that'll allow you to push just one button and have the NG5 explode when you're ready. But I need a spell from a friend in Stormwind.
Are we making a bomb?
You can find him in the mage quarter there. He's human, so he shouldn't be hard to miss.
I gotta be careful saying that. YouTube demonetization incoming if I say the B word. Okay. We got to kill some... Okay, sure. See, this is what happens when you actually start paying attention to the quest text. You suddenly realise how ominous a lot of the tasks you're being dealt are. Okay, we need to go get a fuse. We need to go get a detonator. We need to, The B word, billions? No. The billions that go boom. I'm gonna trust gnomish engineering any day of the week over goblin. Goblin devices always blow up. Hell, they blew up the whole island. Well, that's also kind of true. So you can't say F-bomb because you can't... Yeah, you have to say FB. You can't... Yeah, you're not allowed to say the B word or the F word. So you can't drop an FB word. Flipping YouTube in their overly tight monetization rules. Jesus. Not many of my streams get demonetized though, it's fine. Such an odd thing to contest with when you're streaming. Because obviously for anybody that's ever streamed on Twitch, you'll understand that, you know, for the most part, nobody's listening. I don't mean in terms of viewers, but I mean like in terms of Twitch. Like Twitch will only ban somebody if something that somebody has said is reported by multiple of other, you know, it's a self, for the most part, it's a self-policing system. YouTube, on the other hand, is not. YouTube are always listening. You step out of line and they will slap you. You can't say Facebook. You can't say FB because then it's then it's Facebook, which is Meta, which is not Google, which is another problem all in and of itself. Yeah, you're right. We just can't say anything. Silence. Oh, what? Fuck off tagging all of the mobs. It's my job. I'm not killing your mobs for you. I mean, apparently I am. Oh, flipping Nora. This is the problem with these Pride Wings. You end up in competition with others for them. They do seem to respawn pretty fast, though. All the mods are busy watching the just chatting streams. Yeah, clearly. I've withheld talking about the recent Twitch meta changes for the most part because I think it's actually bananas crazy. And equally, I also need to remind myself that under most circumstances, most people don't care. But like, Twitch really needs to sort its shit out. It needs to decide, does it want to be an off-meta porn site, Or does it actually want advertisers to spend money on the platform? It has to pick one or the other. It can't live in this kind of like odd middle ground where it lets its streamers do some random things but not others. Either you embrace it and just become a flipping cam site and have a dedicated cam section and then understandably live with the fact that you can't sell ads on the platform. Or you get rid of titty streamers. Like, fuck them off. They can go, like, there's dedicated websites for that shit that are not hard. Google it. Like, they really need to stop sitting on the fence. If you play with fire, you get burnt. Jesus. I saw one the other day where somebody was, like, she was naked, like, wearing 2 black sensor bars. It's like, what the fuck is going on? What is going on? It's ridiculous. If you're trying to sell your body online, I have got no objections to you doing that. That's your prerogative. But from a platform perspective, it's ludicrous. Actually mental. Twitch has the most incel and simps for these streamers promoting OnlyFans. It's wild. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Why are you knocking about on Twitch to see some side boob? Like, what's going on? I don't understand. Genuinely don't understand. We couldn't predict artistic nudity would mean dicks and boobs all over the site. Who would have thought? Exactly! It's wild! Oh yeah, you can do artistic nudity. Of course people are going to be flipping MS Paint hentai within 3 minutes. Like, it's wild. Who could possibly have thought? Have they ever been on the internet? I know, exactly. Are you new around here? Like, honestly? This is a teenage boy. Teenage boys look for certain things. Welcome to the world of the internet. It's like, what's going on? It's only ever the women doing that. You don't see a man sitting there with his peen out. Well, that's it. That's it. Well, mostly because most of us know we've got nothing to offer. But the point still stands. Like, there's dedicated places out there for that sort of shit. Clearly places that you can be far more successful at as well, doing whatever you're doing. I'm in no way, shape or form. There's no objections to what you're doing. That's, you know, if you want to show your body on the internet, that's your prerogative. You do as you please. I don't care. But, like, do it in the designated zones, you know? It's wild. I wanted my mum to see a stream, gave her the direct link so that she wouldn't go through the homepage by mistake. Yeah, understandable. The fact that it hits the homepage is wild. The homepage is genuinely risky to go to because it is most often not safe for work. It's crazy. Rename it to Just Teasing. It's like, oh my god, I nearly died. Why am I nearly dead? Yeah, I don't understand why some companies, like, skirt the rules on their own platforms. Like, it should just be really simple. Like, if you're, like, why, I don't know. It's because these companies have to make everything black and white. Like, why can't you just have a rule in your terms of service that is quite simple, simply stating that if you are clearly using Twitch as a funnel to your OnlyFans, by being as provocative as you can humanly get away with, we will ban you off our site. We don't want you here. Like, why do they have to, like, oh, you can do artistic nudity. Oh, you can do body paint. Body painting is fine. You can stream yourself in a bikini in a hot tub, but only in this section. No, grow a fucking backbone. Either open the doors, let them in, and suffer the consequences, or close the door. No, it's not rocket science. It just amuses me. It amuses me how, like, how companies carefully tiptoe around these certain things as much as they can. Because they want the best of both worlds, right? They want the traffic that these people bring to the website, but they don't want the repercussions of the fact that it pisses off all of the ad buyers. They do it because they want their cake and they want to eat it too, but it just makes everything, it just makes them as a company look silly. When they started the hot tub section, I saw a fat bearded man trolling in a hot tub in a mankini, oddly making lots of money just for the laughs of it. I mean, yeah, you know, I mean, that's sort of, you know, that's parody at play, isn't it? So that's, and you know, an outside example, but it's the people who are not doing it as a parody that are not doing it for the humor of doing it, that it's like they're genuinely using Twitch as a platform just to funnel people somewhere else. It's wild. The controversy also drives traffic. You're right, it does. And this is another thing, right? All news is good news in moderation. As long as the news is not overtly negative or significantly long-lasting forms of impactual, then all news is good news. Right, getting these flipping venom sacs is taking way too long. They spawn nice and quick, but the drop rate is gross. They're not going to do shit against it because some of these women use it to gain more subs. Well, yeah, see, this is it's a very easy conclusion to draw as well. That, well, these women are, you know, sub and you'll get access to my Snapchat. You know, it's, oh, so, you know, Twitch are actually making 50% out of this as well. This is, like I said, they want their cake and they want to eat it. They're not going to pull a hard and fast, strict rules on this sort of stuff because they are profiteering out of it themselves also. It makes the platform more difficult for legitimate female creators as well. That's one of the more annoying things about it. That we were talking about this the other day, so I don't really want to go off the deep end about this too far, but I genuinely feel for any female creator that tries to make it on the platform. Because regardless of whether you're creating a PG-friendly, perfectly squeaky clean stream environment for you and your viewers, without a doubt you'll have to deal with 10x the amount of shit just because common practice is, oh, girl, show booba. Like, it's ridiculous. You just got to be old enough not to attract thirsty teens. Well, there's there's categories above that. So you think teens are thirsty? Then again, it's the thirsty teens don't have any money. Think about how the rest of the industry works. It's not the thirsty teens that people actually want to attract. It's the lonely businessman with all the money. This is not a how to make money via selling yourself on the internet stream. Any pay pigs out there? Yeah. It's an interesting term, isn't it? How many more of these do we need? 3 more. We're getting there. Ah, we're being poisoned. This is what's causing me chaos. I'm paying so little attention when killing these. These are pretty much hyper spawning though, thank God. The problem is I'm not doing a great job of getting tags. Here's one. Because that happens. Maybe we just hover around here for the spawns. I didn't think this little spot would end up being quite so contested, but maybe the low drop rate isn't helping anybody's case. Might bring your hunter there and skin him. Hey, smart move. If you can get a few people out here hunting for the quest, it's going to be loot galore just sat on the floor. I can't even get a tag right now. There's that many people out here. Head north where you are. There's a better spawn up in the hills. Flipping spider territory though. I was thinking yesterday on Instagram, women's nipples are a no-go, but if a trans has top surgery and gets the content removed, I mean that's a whole new kettle of fish, isn't it? That's wow, that's a very English phrase. I come up with those occasionally that I don't realise I do. Yeah, that's opening. That's opening many more questions. Sky hunters? Okay, we'll kill you instead. Are the spiders extra dangerous for you in the game, or even if that? No, I just don't like spiders. I mean, I'm Spectre's healer. The reality is there's, as long as I have mana, I'm alive. But the time to kill is mostly the thing. It respawns on these pride wings. Whoa! What's going on here? Big dude. No? Oh, now I should probably let him have this, shouldn't I? Because if I win that, that's double cheeky. I did win it. Thanks. I literally just ninja'd his rare loot. He was killing that absolutely fine. I kind of feel bad, but, you know, snooze you lose. The game is the game. Pester somebody for an invite when they're 90% killed on a rare, then win the loot. GG. Classic is classic. No, there's no arachnophobia. I don't have arachnophobia at all. I don't have any actual fear of spiders. I just think they're ugly. I don't like them. I'm not going to invite one in my bed. Let's put it that way. I don't actually, saying that, the spider mount in retail, I don't think I have the spider mount. The thought of spending, was it 2 million gold? Was it 2 mil? How much was it? I can't remember. The thought of spending 2 mil on a spider mount makes me feel icky. Affording it's not the problem. Willingness to own it is the bigger problem. Decline. Sorry. I need one more and then I'm out of here. Got to be one around here. They spawn on this side as well. Maybe I just stand up on here. Out of range? What do you mean out of range? Lies out of range. Oh, now you've been tagged. Flip it now. Should have taken that group invite. I'd have had it done by now. Boom! Dead. Ah, never lucky. Next. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Ninjaing my tags from under my nose. Hey, we're out of here. See you later, suckers. Okay, grab flight point, I think. We're going to grab a flight point, then I suspect we're going to do zoom zooms to flipping Ironforge and Stormwind. Got some quests to hand in there. Then we'll be back in the land of rich, hopefully. I love how 10 gold is rich. Double digits, yeah. What's max again? 25. Oh, max gold, 214,000. Good luck with that in Classic. Sweet. Thanks. Okay. Streamer privileges, clearly. Oh, that was you. You have to get some leather, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you. There's leather for days down there at the moment. Could definitely do with a vendor though. Get rid of some of this guff. Got a lot of trash knocking about in our bags. Oh, you can actually hear when the dog strolls over the floor. I forget that this microphone actually, even though it's oh flipping hell, I can't remember which way it is. Dynamic mic, condenser mic, I can't remember. The one that is, you have to kind of deep throat it before it doesn't pick up too much ambient noise. It still does do quite a good job of picking up ambient noise, unfortunately. It's why you hear the echo. I need to get this thing, right? If we remove that, I need a new one of these. I need one that's a bit thicker. It'll get rid of some of the echo. Or the reverb or whatever it is. I'm no audio technician. A windscreen? Isn't that what's at the front of the car? No, you're right though. Something like that. How much do you need to start streaming? Like a modest approach? Oh, very little nowadays. Very little nowadays. Honestly, people waste way too much money on streaming. Like the hardware, the setup approach, people waste so much money on it. A half decent microphone is literally all you need. Forget good cameras, forget good lighting, forget green screens, forget all of that guff. A half decent microphone, a microphone that makes it so that you don't sound like you're sat in a tin can, is literally all you need. And a PC from the last 5 years. Are we not picking up this quest? Why are we not picking up this quest? Reclaiming the charred veil. What are the requirements of this one? I don't know why we're not picking it up. Keeper diddler wants you to slay 7 blood fury harpies, 7 ambushers, 7 slayers, 7 rogue feathers, 7, 14, 21, 28 kills for 1 gold. Nah, see you later. Nah. Not messing around with that. That's crazy talk. If we get real stuck for ideas, then we might do that quest later, but at the moment, no. There's a good chance, actually, later on, it tells us to go back and pick up that quest. Zygo will probably use that as a grind quest later on in its path. I wonder if you could stream on a Starlink connection. I have no idea the capabilities of Starlink. The thing that is most important, though, with streaming is a steady and stable upload. That's the one thing you really do need. Because otherwise you're going to have, like, any relatively solid internet is a must.
How may I help?
Why will it not let me talk to you?
What brings you here? Thank you, adventurer. It saddens me to order the slaughter of creatures who may not willingly aid our enemies, yet it is my duty to do so. Your heart might weep for the pride wings you slew, my friend, but may your heart then swell in knowing that your allies are safe from the pride wings' venom. The druid Caneth Stillwind sent word to me. He would like a report of the happenings along our
Before you
coast
travel
and
to
in
the
forests
Moonwell, I have another
surrounding
task,
Astenar.
okay?
He fears there is a corruption moving through Ashenvale, and he may be right. Here, take my report to him. You will find him in the Shrine of Forest Song, in the Night Song Woods to the east. Hello. Directly to the north of Astronar are the Thistlefur Furbowl. My scouts report that their numbers have grown greatly over the past few months. If they grow too great, they may find the courage to attack Astronar directly. Kill as many of their kind as you can, but bring me their chieftain's skull as proof that their efforts have been stifled.
Oh, flipping hell, I remember this one.
I shall remain here in Astronar and await word from you. Elune be with you.
Something on the walls to dampen some echo, some curtains or something work. Yeah, that's one thing I need to do. The problem is where I have sat right now, and one of the leading causes for the echo is I've actually got a sloped roof, like literally right in front of my face. This is one of the reasons I can't get a standing desk. I kind of want a standing desk, but then I can't have my stream where it fits. Because the ceiling slopes right in front of me. I really need to put something right up in front of me. I mean, I'm literally touching the ceiling right now, which is why I get a touch of echo. I need to put something up there to dampen the audio. That's the only last remaining thing I really need for my setup. But that's just because I like the audio. Like, for me, audio is number one. Super critical. Forget cameras, forget stream quality, forget like maximum resolutions. None of that is important. Just make sure that the audio is reasonable. You pick up a basic ass webcam, flipping hell. Use your phone if you need to. Like, honestly, you don't need anything too fancy. Visuals, people can easily forgive. Bad audio, though, people just switch off. People are gone. People are not willing to sit through terrible audio. Or at least that's my experience, at least, anyway. Right, I need a quick bathroom break either way, though, boys and girls. Hang fire, entertain yourselves for a couple. I'll be back in 2. $100 bits and I'd take the robe off. Oh, welcome back, boys and girls. Welcome back, welcome back.
Is that your wallet? Both, I hope.
dear. Ah, dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. You brought this upon yourself. Oh, my eyes! Avert one's eyes. Oh dear. Let it be known that this was Kahani's doing. Put that back on quickly. Dear God, woman. What did you just cause? Do it for the Benjamins. That's what it's about. Artistic license. Simp raid incoming. And Twitch ban incoming. Cash money to be made on this game, I tell you. $9.99.99. We're nearly into the double figure club again. Double figure club, and then the 3-figure club, and one day the 4-figure club. Got a beauty now. We've got a meeting with HR. I don't know if you genuinely do or that's just a happy convenience, but right, 1 Denfowl Watcher, 2 Ursas, 10 Totemics, and 12 Warriors. I remember the Warriors being the biggest pain in the ass with this. Arguably, I actually don't think I really need to do this quest particularly, but I also think that this quest is the prerequisite quest to a bunch of others. You got to do this one to get the next ones in the storyline. So I guess it kind of is a thing. Genuinely do. Tomorrow's my 1st year anniversary of being on sick leave, so they need to explain some crap to me on how they're going to pay me less. Yeah, that's probably a thing, unfortunately. Have fun with that one. After they forgot to pay me my raise this month. Yeah. Corporate companies and sick leave do not usually go well. Fight your case on that one. Stand strong. We wanted to talk to your habit about watching these streams during work time. Yeah. There's this English World of Warcraft creator that is towing the line.
Hello there.
How we doing, chat? Welcome in. Good to see you, my man. 7 more days. 7 more days? It's not 7 more days, right? What happens in 7 days? Oh, then Bobby's gone. I was like, what? He put a Santa at the end. I was like, have you been asleep a while, Jack? No, you're right. You're right. Bobby is, Bobby no more. Bobby's off on his yacht. It's going to be weird that we can't blame everything bad that happens on Bobby, you know. I'm definitely not saying I'll miss him, but it's, we're going to need to find a new scapegoat, that's for sure. Stupid question, what about the advent calendar? Oh, that's a good point, actually. We haven't opened the advent calendar, have we? I should do just that. Let me stand somewhere where I'm not going to get attacked by random creatures, and then we'll open the advent calendar. I mean, yeah, Mr. Spencer can probably fill that role quite comfortably, I would imagine, but it's not gonna hit the same. it's not gonna hit the same. Phil's boat doesn't sound quite as doesn't roll off the tongue quite like Bobby's yacht. Right, can we pull you without pulling everybody? All the shareholders get off scot-free. Well, yeah. It's kind of another big downside of corporations, really. We're going to pump all the money into you, and we're going to dictate what happens, but we're not responsible for any of it. But you better make us money. Or we turn off the tap. Crooked is all hell. But, you know, business is business. Wowhead has a really level-headed article about Bobby leaving. Due to the internet, I can't tell if there's a smidge of sarcasm in that or not. It is unlike Wowhead to be overly diplomatic about these things, though. From my experience, anyway. Is it safe to stand here for a minute, do we think? Are we going to die if we stand here? I'm not sure. What's the date? 21st? Should we do calendar mode? I'm a few days behind here, boys and girls. I'm a few days behind. We haven't done... There's not many options left here now. I need 90... Apparently, I need 19, I need 20, and I need 21. So we got a wombo combo, a triple on the go here. Let's put you about there. Is it going to focus? Maybe. You can definitely see all three. I can't read the chat, though. 19, 20, and 21. As I've been a bit slack on opening the calendar. 19 up here. Oops, gave the game away there. There's 19. Boom. 20. Dill-a-da, above the red dude. And there's 21 somewhere. I don't know why I'm shouting. The mic is like literally pointing right at me. 21 below the brown ornament. Yeah. Right, let's start with 19, shall we? What's in 19? These are your options again, by the way. These are your options to what's in 19. Now, 19, 20, and 21, they're all small windows. 19 is... 19 is... out of this world. There's a hint. It is not a small one. Mars. Oh, good guess. It's medium. I'll give you medium. Boom! Pomba wins. We have ourselves a upside down, apparently, Milky Way. 19. Boom. Right. 20. 20. 20 is... Oh my god, it's a good day. It's a good day. I'm telling you now, it's a good day. Here's your options again. What was this? 20? 20 is... It is a touch tropic... Pomba! Boom! Boom! 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Right, we got 21. Let's see if you can hit the hat trick. See if you can hit the hat trick. Right. The hat trick. For the hat trick. The third one. The third one is how can I give you a hint without giving you a hint? It's a small one. It is a small one. So you've got a choice of 4 then, I guess, here, haven't you? It's a small one. And they your PP, yeah, shush, Jack, well done. Haha. They often come in pairs. In fact, do any of them? Oh, okay, that's not a hint, is it? That's giving it away. That's giving it away. It's a Twix. Congratulations, boys and girls, well done. You're absolute geniuses. That means we have 22, 23, and 24. 22 we will open tomorrow. 20. We'll open all 3 tomorrow. Fuck it, we'll break the rules. We'll open all 3 tomorrow. But there we go. There we go. Now it's time to nom. Now I've got some candy. We'll start with a Milky Way. We don't. I don't actually know if. Not that it's my candy bar of choice particularly, but I don't even know if Finland has Milky Ways. I've not. I don't get milk. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Milky Way is cool though. I like Milky Way. I went to the dentist on Monday. This is why I've been a bit slack with my chocolates. Tasty. Good shit. It's written by Archimitiros. I've butchered that name. He wrote all the articles about the legal Blizz stuff in the last years, so there was no sarcasm. Oh, I see. So it was actually a genuine, like, actual article. Not a, like, woo, Bobby's gone kind of party. I see. What's the, I must have a Wowhead tab here somewhere. Do actual big Milky Way bars still exist, or is it only the small party ones? I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know. I don't know. Like I said, it's not on my go-to list normally if I'm in the store buying a chocolate bar. But, CEO Bobby Kotick to leave Activision on December the 29th. He's like, see you later, bitches. I'll be on my yacht. My 4th yacht. Upon the formal close of the merger between Activision and Microsoft this past October, Kotick shared his commitment to remain with the company as CEO during the transition period through to the end of 2023. That day is now soon to come, as longtime Activision CEO Bobby Kotick has released a new message to employees, saying goodbye to the company that he led for the past 32 years. His last day will be December the 29th, 2023. Message from Bobby, message from Spence. Having bought the near bankrupt Activision, back then called Mediagenic, in December of 1990, alongside longtime partner Brian Kelly and a small group of investors, Kotick is credited with the near single-handedly saving the ailing company from a state of ruin over 60 million in debt, restructuring and famously selling off furniture to help pay down the debt. The company was moved to Los Angeles and its Activision name restored, promising investors 4 years of 50% revenue growth to make the company profitable within 6, a goal quickly achieved as Activision then set its sights on acquiring additional development studios, merging with Vivendi Games back in July of 2008 to become Activision Blizzard, a new company estimated to be worth $18.9 billion at the time. Though at times behest by both criticism over his business strategies and personal controversy, Kotick's tenure cannot be called unsuccessful, having led the ailing company from financial ruin to astronomical success over his 32 years at the helm, growing from a share price of less than 30 cents to over $100. Next week, that chapter comes to a close as Microsoft take the reins. Relatively I mean, I wouldn't even go as far as to say that's relatively neutral. That's putting Bobby in the spotlight, in quite a interesting spotlight. I mean, this is the problem with this man, right? You can't argue the business side of things, right? You can't argue the fact that, well, yes, he has, like, numbers don't lie. He most definitely has achieved this. Congratulations, well done. But that doesn't take away the fact that, like, he has had, however you particularly choose to look at it, employed some pretty deplorable tactics to achieve said results. What's he got to say, though? Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick sent out the following email to employees. Extraordinary people. Over the years, my passion for video games has often been attributed to Pitfall, Raid River, and Kaboom. I love those Atari 2600 games, but the game that first captured my imagination was Mystery House, developed by Roberta and Ken Williams. I played it on a borrowed Apple II, night after night while in college at the University of Michigan. Mystery House was a text adventure with some primitive sprite-based graphics. Fittingly, we now own Mystery House and the company that published it, Sierra Online. Oh, Sierra Online, they were cool, I remember those. Sierra Online were responsible for quite a few games I played in my youth. Okay. Didn't know that. Today I learned. Leisure Shoot Larry, etc. I wasn't going to name that one, but yeah. In the world which the game was played was largely left to the player's imagination. I envisaged rich, vast worlds with all sorts of interactive, animated life that would enable players to fulfill their varied aspirations. All in a simulated universe that offered unlimited possibilities for challenge, connection, and fun. 40 years later, as my last day leading this company inches closer, I marvel at how far the talented people of our company have come towards realizing the great potential of games. You've transformed a hobbyist form of entertainment into a world's most engaging medium. It's been the privilege of my lifetime to work alongside you as we broaden the appeal of games and to make a fuckload of money. Sorry, ad-libbing there a little bit. Perhaps the most important part of my job has been to help bring talented people together, provide the best resources possible, and foster an environment that encourages inspiration, creativity, and unwavering commitment to excellence. I cannot adequately express the amount of the pride I have in people who continue to contribute to our success and all those who have helped through my 32 years leading the company. We are now part of the world's most admired company. That isn't an accident. Whose words are these? Just out of curiosity. In the eyes of who? I wouldn't necessarily say that Activision is one of the world's most admired companies. In the eyes of investors previously, maybe? Sus. Sure. Known, yes. Admired, no. I think I'd agree with that statement. The fact that he always talks about 80s games when he talks about games is very telling of when he actually stopped caring about the games themselves. Well, that's it. You probably can't name half of the franchises under Blizzard right now. Phil Spencer has appreciated the magic of ABK for decades. When he approached Brian and me 2 years ago and proposed acquiring the company, it was immediately obvious that the combination of our businesses would enable us to continue to lead as the list of capable, well-resourced competitors grows. Phil shares our values and recognises our talents. He is passionate about our games and the people who make them. He has bold ambition. As we move into the next exciting chapter, you could not be in better hands. I will always be profoundly grateful to the people who contributed tirelessly to building the company, and I'm confident you will keep inspiring joy and uniting people through the power of play. With gratitude and appreciation, Bobby Kotick. I don't know. Even his very well put together PR words feel slimy to me. There's just, I don't know. There's just not even a whiff of sincerity about it for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, he is also on record as being one of the most highly paid CEOs in existence, right? He is borderline embezzled more money out of Activision than any other human has dared to try and do before him, which I just cannot find. I cannot find any bone in my body that can praise him for that. You can't argue with numbers. Yes, he took a failing company and made a big company out of it, but tactics at play were slimy AF. Here's to hope Phil doesn't go down the same route completely. Larian are admired more than Blizzard. I think fucking anybody is, honestly. I hope his milk curdles the moment it hits his coffee every morning, every day. Probably does. Earlier today, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick formally announced that Friday, December the 29th, will be his last day at Microsoft Gaming. Under Bobby's watch, Activision Blizzard, and in its many incarnations, has been an enduring pillar of video games. Whether it be Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush Saga, or any other number of titles, his teams have created beloved franchises and entertained hundreds of millions of players for decades. Phil would like to thank Bobby for his invaluable contributions to the industry, his partnership in closing the Activision Blizzard acquisition, and his collaboration following the close. I wish him and his family the very best in his next chapter, on his next yacht. I don't know. I don't get on with this like business mumbo jumbo. It's all like way. I mean, I know it has to be in a way, but it's all way too corporate. I wish they'd just make good games. Like I don't know, just make good games. Make good games and reinvest the profits. Sure, take your management fee and run, but yeah. Well, let's see what happens in the future. I'm semi convinced that Bobby's influence on Activision over the last decade has not necessarily been particularly positive. I'm also one that firmly believes that the efforts of one person does not in any way, shape, or form shape the success of a company. The success of the company is due to the vast majority of people that actually put shit together, right? The people that do the hard work. Execs that sit at the top, sure, you have a role to play, but I greatly disagree with the disproportional amount of the success that they seem to take from the overall goal. Managers are there to manage, and they should be paid slightly more for that role in many cases. But this man alone has taken more money out of the pockets of every single person that's worked for him than I think nearly any other person on this planet. So, unfortunately, he doesn't get a pat on the back from me. I'll close the door behind him, though, that's for sure. Oh, God, I am not reading the comments on this. No way. For reference, this is about as political as the stream ever gets. I tend not to enjoy having the stream be too politics-based. But it's topical enough. I thought I should at least take a look. I'll even put the Legos on the floor in front of him. Mr. Kotick, could you please take off your socks and shoes, please? And now walk across these hot coals. I've not yet met a manager that actually managed anything. It's just all noise and no substance. There's a fine line between actually managing and just redelegating. Okay. Anyway. Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. What's going on here? That was good timing, wasn't it? Right, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Oh, we only needed to kill one of them. Oh, nice. Okay. Where did we get to? Totemics and warriors. They're mostly over this way, I remember this. Warrior, totemic, that'll do. I just bought a bottle of wine for Christmas. Maybe I'll save it for the 29th. Toast Bobby off in style. Hello, wand. Do wand things, please. I like bounty, but what I don't like about bounty is the fact that I tend to get shards of coconut stuck between my teeth. That is a touch frustrating. That said, I'm still not entirely sure it is actually coconut. It could very well be asbestos dipped in sugar. It tastes good though. Sugary asbestos. Coconut's gross to me, like sweaty socks. After our recent discussions, you should understand that even sweaty socks have their place on the internet. Just think about what comes out of a sweaty sock. Woo! Each to their own. Not in my mouth, though. That's true. That's true. I'm going to go if I'm not careful here, aren't I? Let's do it this way. Heal up. Pew pew you down. Get you dead. I should have saved that as a bit of an oh shit button, but whatever. Cooldowns are cooldowns, I should use them. I was eating. Sorry. You should know something crude can come out of my mouth at any moment. I cannot be held responsible for my actions. God, I sound like a Blizzard executive. Good afternoon, sir. Please throw a guild invite to... Oh, they have just joined. Somebody was way ahead of me. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I was paying attention, honest. These things seem to have too much health. Are we getting to the point now where my terrible gear is starting to show its weakness? I think we are, you know. I think I'm quickly spotting the limitations of my late teen gear. Oh, what was that? Hillman's Shoulders? Okay, that's actually quite a good one. Pathfinder, we don't need to kill Pathfinders. We don't need to kill you. We don't need to kill you. We don't need to kill you. Wow, we don't need to kill any of these. Where's the ones I do need to kill? Warriors, now we're talking. Oh, resist? I thought I timed that perfectly. Shaman. Totemic. You're one. Get blasted. Eight of 10. Yeah, it's the goddamn warriors. I remember this last time doing this on my hunter. Warriors are the bane because there's not that many of them. And you kind of have to end up killing everything else just to get the warriors to respawn. Oh, where's all my buffs gone? Who yoinked all my buffs? We got this. I really hope this was actually worth doing. I vaguely remember that this is like step 1 in a quest chain, which is why I'm actually bothering with it. Oh, that's only 6 of 12. Oh, I need more, need more, need more. There's the last totemic we need. Then we're just on the hunt for warriors. Right. Warrior. Oh, found one somewhere. Where are you? Where are you? I tagged you. Where have you gone? Oh, up. What? The hell's up here? Didn't even know you could get up here. Ah, sneaky. This little Zygor target macro is also really handy. Because it dynamically changes based upon whatever it is you're trying to do. Whether it's to press a button or target a mob or something. No, don't run too far. Don't aggro the rest of the police. Oof. Genius. Here's another one. You're about this way. Need some mana now. Four more. 4 more shouldn't be difficult, surely. 4 more shouldn't be a challenge. Get some respawns. Good to go. There's a warrior up there, look. I've spotted it before my add-on, before Zygor even knew it existed, look. Eyes in the back of my head. How's the gold going so far? We've accidentally spent more this stream than we've made. Tends to be a bit of a bad habit of mine. We might have accidentally bought some huge brown sacks, or 4 of them, which nuked most of our gold. 9, 18, 27, 36 gold we spent on these bags. So we're down quite considerably. But we're back, we're getting back there. Actually, this is like level 23, 24-ish content, if I remember correctly. So we're well into the like quests that would have given us experience, and now in turn are giving us gold. So we'll make it back. It's fine. Nor are they quests that are like you would ever really want to save for the next phase, so it's all good. Right, I need 2 more warriors. Do we hunt down okay. There are respawns over this way, but you're already busy. What's the odds we can find 2 warriors lurking up here? There's one. There's one. Come to me, my pretty. Love it when clear-cast procs on a clear-cat. Oh god, that's a tongue twister. I love when clear-cast procs on a clear-cast proc. She sells seashells on the seashore. The shells that she sells are seashells, I'm sure. Boom, headshot. Nice. Down this way, some way. Oh no, it's these stinky bracers next. These are actually almost as annoying. I remember because these bracers are the ones where the flipping water elementals. There's a low drop rate on these things as well. Damn, this is why I remember hating questing at like 23, 24 sort of point. Because some of these quests, they're just tedious. They're good for like mob grinding XP, but because you're hunting for a drop off them with a low drop rate, they just hurt. I'd rather do more quests, but have less tedious quests, if that makes sense.
Have you seen the befouled water elementals in our lake, adventurer? It is a sorry sight, but I do not know where they are coming from. Your name has been mentioned in conversations past. Perhaps you could help me with this problem. The first thing we must learn is who is in control of these elementals. Take this divining scroll. It can determine the creator of these elementals. But you will need something from them to use as a reagent to focus scroll's magic. Their bracers should do nicely. A few intact bracers from the creatures should be enough. The other bracers will be useless for our purposes, but they may be worth something to a merchant if you wish to sell them. Once you have the intact bracers attempt to use the scroll, return to me with the results, and we shall proceed from there.
Okay. On it. Let's... Do we need to empty our bags? Probably. Give me your pet trainer. You're a trade's good vendor. Take all of my rubbish. take it and go. What do we got here? Divining Scroll, Reimagination Doodars, Web Wing Cloak, 5 agility level 20. You would think that's worth something to somebody, wouldn't you? But it's also worth something for me if I disenchant it. See you later, gone. Hey, Glimmering Shard. That'll do. Honking Cloak, 1 strength, 3 stamina, level 15. No, in the bin. In the bin. Greater Magic Essence. Yoink. Ow, oh, the flipping battle for Ashenvale's just started. Welcome to the lag fiesta. Wow, I could genuinely count the seconds it took for me to sell that to a vendor. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seconds of lag. Oh, God. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2. Ah, it's getting better. Okay, it's fixing itself. We'll leave that as it is then for now. Right, let's pew pew some of you. You dead. Next, let's pop a heat beacon on me. Rude not to. Are you one? You are one. How many of these things do we need? 5? Sheesh. Oh, hang on. I'm not using beacon on myself. Amateur mistake. Spending all this mana and not getting any free healing out of it. It's not how mages do. Oh, double procs. Nice. Oh, hello. You're not the one I want to pull. I do think I need to kill you, though, don't I? Oh, that's also not good. Okay, we're going to have to do this way, are we? Woo! Okay. Spicy meatball. Let's take the opportunity to heal up, I think. Let's not risk it. Foul, chill, frost damage taken increased by 50. Oh, that's not very nice. That's not very nice at all. Maybe we let that debuff drop off. That's going to... We've only got 800 health. Wow, if we only got 800 health? I've not actually looked at that. My gear is pants, isn't it? Absolutely pants. You reckon they'll add dungeon AI to LFR too? Annoyingly, I think probably. And I say annoyingly because I don't want Blizzard to incentivize any more people to have to go through LFR hell than already do. That's my take on it. But I do think if the success of these, if these LFR AI dungeons end up being well utilized, well adopted, it's the inevitable next step, isn't it? Let's be honest. If they can get 4 characters to help you through a dungeon in an AI generated, I'm quite sure they can simulate 39
How may I help?
without any significant problems.
Well done, adventurer. This should give us the information we need to have the culprit discovered. How would you feel about taking out the mage who fills our pools with corrupt elementals? The corruption of Ashenvale and beyond makes my stomach turn on its own. To have a wizard actively attempting to destroy it further sickens me to no end. We shall make him pay. There's only one undead mage in the Barrens capable of defiling this many water elementals. He's also the only one foolish enough to try. Cerulus Foulborn is probably sitting at the top of Dreadmist Peak laughing at me. Adventurer, you must go into enemy territory and destroy this miscreant. I have had enough of his idiocy, and we must show him what happens to those who annoy the sentinels.
Grant
Destroy
immunity
him
from
and
all
bring me his
damage
head.
and spells
Be
for
wary,
10
though.
seconds.
The Horde may be watching for
Single use, save this for AQ40 or Nax. Thanks, all the things.
you. Well.
That's funny, at level 25 you get an on-use consumable that's so powerful it tells you to save it until you go level 60 raiding. It's interesting. Right, well those braces were not too painful. Now we've got a bit of a trek on our hands though. I didn't even think of that. I'd love to see raids as tourists as well for transmog farms. I mean, yeah, I see LFR being the next step. Or the next obvious step for the AI dungeons. And I think from the perspective of farming transmog, yes, they make a lot of sense. This doesn't look fun. Seem to be in the middle of something here. Seem to be in the middle here. Well, I'm going this way, they're going this way. We'll play happy families, I guess. Yeah, LFR AI. I guess I would still have the exact same opinion as I have with the dungeons, though. I would much rather that technology be used for the benefit of teaching people how to be better at the game than an easier way to get free loot. Or an easier way to level up, or, you know. I don't think the game really needs many more easier ways to do things. I think the game's got plenty enough of those as it is. I'm pretty sure they're going to be using the tech for delves. Well, the delves are going to have one NPC that is with you. They've already said, haven't they, that Bran Bronzebeard is going to be one of the the first season NPC that comes with you. Now, what impact that has on the delve, we don't really know much about what delves are, but whatever impact that has, we'll have to see. Somebody who doesn't do dungeons with others except the husband, very close friends. This is the only way for me, at least, to get the dungeon quests done. Yeah, I see it from that perspective. I understand the perspective, but I equally then look at it from the viewpoint of look at Classic right now. Like, when the ease of use elements are not present, people tend to find a way. And in turn, it tends to mean that people that do find a way, on average, have a better experience by doing it. If you've, pick up groups in Classic for dungeons in Classic right now, tend to be a lot more forgiving than pugs you find in retail. I think it all flows. I'm not deliberately trying to be dismissive of the fact. I'm not trying to, gatekeep people from going and completing their dungeons, but I just think that, if the way is the way, if the game is the game, then it should be played that way. Oh my god, I nearly died. What the hell's going on here? Did that thing really hit me for that much? My lord. Sheesh. What's going on here? I forgot that that's a level 60 encampment. Oops. Biggest bags 14s from fishing. The best crafted ones are silk 10 slots. Yes, yes. You can buy 12 slots from the vendor. Delves are going to be the new mission tables. I'm not sure. I tend to have the opinion that delves look, or at least delves sound, very much like sort of greater rifts. Slightly different each and every time, with a similar purpose and goal for you to run through, kill a few things, and then get a piece of loot from the end of it. I am somewhat slightly concerned that they're going to just be single player Mythic Plus dungeons, which I guess is not strictly a bad thing. But I know categorically that if they're going to make delves in a fashion that is by design something that you grind, they'll make it a grind. And I hope they do as much as they can to make sure that if they are going to make it a grind, they make it a grind that people are actively wanting to and willing to do because it's fun, not because there's a carrot on the end of the stick that they want. But we'll see. We'll see. Once we see the alpha, once we get access to the beta, we'll know an awful lot more. An awful lot more. Island Expeditions 2.0. I had nothing against Island Expeditions. I didn't particularly have anything against Torghast either. I thought as pieces of content, they were very clever, very smart bits of content. Blizzard just made the terrible mistake of attaching player power to them, which often has the effect of nuking the fun. Once something ceases to be something that players will willingly do just because it's enjoyable to do. And it falls into the category of somebody is doing it because it is the stepping stones for them to achieving a much greater goal. They're not doing it because they actively want to be doing it. They're doing it because what it is optimal over doing something even less enjoyable. Yeah, that's where I don't like it, and maybe tying back to a conversation earlier in the stream, maybe this is why Blizzard haven't really done anything overly competitive or game breaking with the Dragon races. Maybe that's why they've kept Dragon races like super chill, super casual, for the reason that they don't, or almost overly cautious to make sure that Dragon races were not seen as something that was ever something you had to do. It was a fun activity for you to blast through. The Kalimdor Cup, the Eastern Kingdoms Cup were like, an afternoon of fun. People can dip in and out of it, do it if they wish. If not, then not,
Where would you like to fly to?
Delves do intrigue me, though. Delves do intrigue me. I'm quite excited to see what they do turn up to be. The AI dungeon thing only means that I get to see the content while it's still the current expansion instead of waiting a year or two. Yeah, I mean, my first initial instinct or thoughts with these AI dungeons were that just they could make them absolutely fantastic learning experiences for players. You want to pick up a class or a spec that you've never played before, go do some AI dungeons, get a feel for how that class is meant to be played, get to figure out some muscle memory for your key bindings, get to figure out what the spells and abilities do, and to do all of that in an environment where you are not putting out anybody else by doing it, giving players the maximum opportunity to learn at their own pace and in their own time, because there's no way in game, how most of the meta is driven by what a class does either in a dungeon or in a raid, right? It's like that. Classes are built around that. You look up a guide on the internet, it's all based upon optimal composition for group play. But what's very, very difficult to achieve is any way of practicing with that before jumping in with 2 feet. This is, I think, why something like LFR still exists in the game, because it's a softer way for people to step into raiding without having to do the 4 things that are mandatory to do before you can step into a raid otherwise. Either being like, get a guild, find a group of friends, find there's a lot of stepping stones that you need to get through under normal circumstances to get into raiding. So LFR was good as a 10-year-old technology way of getting people in. Let's just get people in, use the group finder technology to smush a bunch of people together, and we'll nerf the difficulty into the ground to make it almost impossible to fail at. That was a good solution 10 years ago. Now we're seemingly getting the solution, which is arguably better, of let's put these people in those environments solo so that they can actually learn and practice at their own pace. Try out the content in a safe environment where if you make mistakes, you're not going to get dumpstered on. There's no psychological or social pressure to be top of your game. You can just go in and figure shit out. And then obviously what you should have is the incentive to then move on from that. Like once you've been in there, once you've learned a few things, once you've tested your class out, once you understand what buttons you're pressing and when, then you should have the incentive to move on and find an opportunity to do it with a bunch of other players. And that's kind of the crux of my argument to why I don't think the AI dungeons should have loot in them. because that loot is the carrot on the stick for you to go and try and do it with other players, right? If there was no loot in the training mode, you could argue people wouldn't use it. But if you don't need to use it, then you shouldn't have to. Like I said, there doesn't need to be any mandatory use for this. Just because it's a new system doesn't mean everybody has to use it and has to do it. It could have been a really solid way for people, and it probably still will be a really solid way for people to learn and practice. As it stands now, because they're only normal dungeons, you can still kind of give people a little bit of loot, I guess, because normal loot doesn't really matter or mean anything. But I'm looking at it more in the future, right? When they take this technology and they build on it, when they take that technology into LFR, when they take that technology and put it in other aspects of the game. If we've already had normal dungeons with loot, it becomes a lot more difficult when they try and do it for your daily heroic dungeon queues for them to say, oh, but this doesn't have loot now. So when the loot starts to get better and actually more important, and so important that you don't want to give people it for free, then it's much more difficult to start enforcing different rules. That's kind of the thing I'm getting at. The normal dungeons, you know, tunnel vision, normal dungeons, AI with loot, not a problem. Because, yeah, normal loot doesn't matter. But at what level does loot matter enough so that you wouldn't want to give it to people playing with AI characters instead of real characters? There has to be a line there somewhere, right? And Blizzard are just going to make it harder for themselves long term to continue to use this technology and to continue to develop and grow other aspects of the game if they set the precedent that there's an AI version that offers the same rewards. It's just going to be more difficult, I think.
You have done well, adventurer. Thank you.
Where's the difference between super simple world quests giving loot, though? But world quests are not progressional content, right? You step into dungeons as a progression. You step into normal dungeons as a way to gear up for heroic dungeons. You do heroic dungeons as a way to start to gear up for mythic dungeons. Dungeons as a whole are a concept that's designed to be small 5-man content to get you prepared and ready to go do the big 10-man, 20-man, 40-man content. It's a progression thing. Things like world quests can give you dog shit loot. Quests can give you dog shit loot because their focus is on a different aspect. You know, world quests, leveling, regular quests, that's what that's designed for. It's to keep you up to pace whilst you level. It's all, you know, it all has its place in the progressional tree, hierarchy, whatever phrase you want to use.
Goddess, watch over you.
If I can use the dungeon to level my ults, I probably will. Probably do more DPS than casuals. I do like the fact that these AI dungeons are going to make it much easier for DPS classes to have a good experience within dungeons. There is nothing more frustrating than deciding you're going to do a dungeon, knowing that you could press the button and it could be 15 minutes before you even get into the dungeon. Then if you know you've only got an hour to play because you've got to go pick the kids up, you've got to go grab some food from the store, maybe, you know, you need to go to bed because you've got work in the morning. Like, to sit there twiddling your thumbs for 15 minutes waiting for a dungeon queue can be enough for some people to just not bother. They'll go and find something else in the game to keep them busy or to keep them entertained. So I like the fact that it will mean that queues are instant for people. That will be a really big advantage, I think. Because often you have to start looking at either being a tank or being a healer to get those instant queues. So leveling the playing field there, I think, is quite good. Oh, hang on. Did I need that for something? No. We don't need that. Moist cornbread. Can't imagine I need that for anything. Melon juice. Get out of here. Are you a clam? No, you're not a clam. You're a quest item. I need to go hand in that quest. I keep looking at this, trying to click on it, expecting some clam meat to come out of it. Never does. Okay, bags are looking good. Bags are looking good. Okay, we're off on a new adventure now. Boys and girls, I might leave it there for today. We've seen some success today. Admittedly, we set off with a plan of leveling all our professions and harvesting a bunch of gold from questing. We eventually ended up spending more gold, but we have got tailoring up to 140, very close to the finish line with this. I just need more silk is the honest answer. If I can get my hands on some easy silk by doing some quests, it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. So this will be 150 in no time. Do I need silk cloth for nearly all of this now? I do, yeah. Gloves of meditation, though. Oh, they require elixir of wisdom. That's almost as expensive as the silk cloth. Either way, we're getting there with tailoring. We also leveled up enchanting. Enchanting's 110 out of 150. We need lesser astral essence now, which seems to be few and far between. We might have to start looking for some BOEs to disenchant for this, but we're getting there. And of course, we got some bags on this character so that we're not permanently running out of storage space. But it has mean that burnt through most of our gold, but we're getting there, tomorrow is probably, well, will be the last stream before Christmas. I have family coming over late tomorrow, so I've got a lot of things to prepare for as we're hosting Christmas this year, which is going to keep me very busy during the festive period. Tomorrow will be the last stream, and quite possibly, I have not decided 100% yet, but quite possibly it might mean that tomorrow could be the last stream of the year, based upon the fact that tomorrow is the 22nd. I have family in my house until at the very earliest the 26th. The wife is also off until New Year. She has Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off. That kind of weird in-between period between Christmas and New Year. Meaning, yeah, there is a very good chance that tomorrow might be the last stream until 2024. As these 3 days when the wife is off between Christmas and New Year, I might take that as an opportunity to gain some brownie points, be a good husband for a few days. If I kick everybody out of the house after Christmas and then go straight back to playing video games and streaming, I might not be married by this time next year. So let's, I'll play that a little bit by ear. Obviously, the fact that I will still be home for Christmas means you may see me pop online occasionally to post auctions or say hi to you fellas over in Discord or whatever. But stream-wise, tomorrow will be the last stream, most likely, of 2023. But that means I'm done for the day. I'm done for the day, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining once again. I appreciate your company. We get some interesting conversations on the go, that is for sure. If I see you tomorrow, fantastic. If I don't, have yourself a wonderful Christmas. We will open the Advent calendar tomorrow. We will open the last 3 doors of the Advent calendar, see what prizes we get. And then we will sign ourselves off probably for 2023. It's been a fun year. It's been a fun year for sure. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. And if I don't see you tomorrow, a wonderful Christmas. I'll see you next time, boys and girls. Peace.